Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. If you could all take your seats, that would be much appreciated. Thank you very much for joining us. Have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, a wonderful good morning. I hope you all had a good travel to Bali for the ones who are not based on Bali. And I hope you had a good rest last night as well. And I hope you will enjoy your 2 days stay, or more days for some people here in Bali. For the people online, where are you? Good morning. Thank you very much for joining us online. Much appreciated. Looking forward to working with all of you, both here as well as online, for this workshop today. We will be having a workshop for this whole day, and I will be your moderator for the day. And this workshop is called the second regional workshop series, Reduce, Reuse, Recycle to Protect the Marine Environment and Coral Reefs, in short, 3RproMar. This is not the first workshop we've had. The workshop is the second regional workshop, but it's actually the third workshop we've had with 3RproMar. The first workshop was in May 2021. There was a kickoff workshop of the project. The second workshop, called the first regional workshop, was in May 2022. And then we have the third workshop, which is today, which is the Preventing Marine Plastic Pollution for a Stronger Circular Economy in ASEAN. This is the topic of the workshop of 3RproMar workshop today. And I hope that you all are looking forward to good discussions, good interactions, both online. You will be as much as possible also helped with moderators online, as well as here in the room. There will be various moderators and facilitators walking around with microphones. We look forward to making this workshop a success. A few admin logistics points, if you like. Today, 22 May, in Prama Beach here in Sanur in Bali, and we will like to have your consent agreement. It's a bit of a formality, but we have to go through this. So you are here, the workshop will be recorded, it will be used for drafting of reports purposes. There will be taking photos, we'll be taking photos as well for publications, and if you are here and stay here, we have to assume you consent. We all hope you agree with that. If you are online, for the online people, thank you very much for joining. If you could just type yes in the chat box that you consent to this recording and publication later of some of the parts of this workshop that is recorded, that would be much appreciated. Thank you very much. So, a few house rules before we really get going. Please help to make this workshop a success. This means that we would like you to make sure that you know, that you are aware of some of the house rules. If you want to ask a question to one of the speakers, both online as well as here in the room, just raise your hand, virtually or physically while here present. And you can just raise your hand online, and in the chat box you type your name, your organization or country, followed by the question, and one moderator will then basically take that question and give it to the respective person to answer it. We would like to, of course, make sure we all respect each other's views and participate actively, listen attentively, and if you are online, we'd prefer that you mute your microphone if you're not speaking, but it would be really nice if you can keep the camera on so that we can see who is there online as well, because we like to get a bit of an interaction going, at least between the online participants and the participants here in the room. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I would like to do is without further ado, I would like to make sure that we will have the opening remarks. In this case, I would like to invite His Excellency Dasrul Chaniago, the Director of Coastal and Marine Prevention and Damage Control of the Director General of Pollution and Environmental Damage Control of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. We would like to invite His Excellency to the stage for the opening remarks. Please, a warm welcome to His Excellency Dasrul Chaniago.
Germany, Indonesia, ASEAN, and Timor Leste. Representative from ASEAN Secretariat, delegation from ASEAN Working Group on Coastal and Marine Environment, distinguished guests, and participants. On behalf of Government of Indonesia, I would like to express my appreciation to the GIZ on behalf of German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development in cooperation with ASEAN Secretariat for organizing the second regional workshop series, Reduce, Reuse, Recycle to Protect the Marine Environment and Coral Reef, 3RproMar, in this beautiful island, Bali. I also would like to take this opportunity to commend the hard work done by all parties and stakeholders for the effective implementation of the 3RproMar project since the signing of the Memorandum of Agreements, as well as the cooperation agreement between the Ministry of Environment and Forestry and the Government of Manado. Delegates and colleagues, the global community recognizes that high and rapidly increasing level of marine litter and plastic pollution, including microplastic, represents serious environmental problem at the global scale, negatively impacting the environmental, social, economic dimension of sustainable development. It was also acknowledged that the main resource of marine litter and plastic pollution are land-based. Although there are also a number of contributions to the marine litter from sea-based sources, including abandoned, lost, or otherwise discarded fishing gear. Last year, during our G20 presidency in 2022, Indonesia hosted the Ocean 20 Dialogue, the Ocean 20 high-level panels, and organized the Ocean 20 Learn event, putting the reduction ocean pollution at the heart of this initiative and encourage the following reduction ocean pollution at the heart of this initiative and encourage the following G20 presidency to carry over this in over. And now, with the second Intergovernmental Negotiation Committee, INC2, just around the corner, this 3RproMar workshop is timely to support effective participation of ASEAN countries and assist countries in identifying priorities and challenges concerning this intergovernment process. It is also resonant with Indonesia particular emphasis on the importance of addressing countries' capacities and readiness to implement the global agreement once adopted. Delegates and colleagues, later on agenda, I believe we will observe the launch of the ProMat Knowledge Partnership for Marine Litter Prevention in ASEAN to facilitate the dissemination of lessons learned from 3RproMar project implementation. I am hoping that this knowledge partnership could contribute in this advancement of integrated solution across the plastic waste value chain in the region by showcasing breakthrough, transforming data and knowledge into actionable science-informed policy, as well as leverage the technologies and innovation. All for the achievement of ASEAN member, state, regional, and respective national policy strategies and measures, which in Indonesia context is the National Plan Action on Marine Plastic Debris 2017 to 2025. Today, I am particularly pleased on the share that since its implementation in 2018 to 2022, Indonesia has succeeded to reduce more than 200,000 ton plastic waste leakage into the ocean. I am quite sure that all ASEAN member states are already active in taking marine plastic debris, and progress are significant. But more needs to be done, and it needs to be done fast. Therefore, I encourage all participants to immerse themselves and engage fully during the workshop in facing potentially regional measures and intervention to support the implementation of our very own ASEAN region action. RAP for support the implementation of our very own ASEAN regional to support implementation of our very own ASEAN regional action plan RAP for combating marine debris in the ASEAN member state 2021-2025. To conclude, I am wishing all participants a very productive meeting and please stay in Bali. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Daskul Chaniago. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Good. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the second opening remarks, the second speaker. It will be a pre-recorded message by His Excellency Ekafab Fantafong, the Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for the ASEAN Social Cultural Community, ASCC.
Mr. Sijit Billion Toro, Director General, Ministry of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Ponsri Sutanara, Deputy Director General, Marine and Coastal Resources Department, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of Thailand. Mr. Thomas Graf, Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany to Indonesia, ASEAN and Timor-Leste. Mr. Birosh Dawan, Principal Advisor of the GIZ 3RproMar, colleagues and friends from the ASEAN member states and partners. Good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome all the distinguished participants to the second regional workshop on to reduce, reuse, recycle to protect the marine environment and coastal reefs. It is my pleasure to welcome all our distinguished participants to the second regional workshop on the reduce, reuse, recycle to protect the marine environment and the coral reefs. Or in short, 3RproMar, preventing the marine plastic pollution, for the stronger circular economy in ASEAN. My sincere appreciation also goes to the government of Federal Republic of Germany for its strong and continued support through the 3RproMar project. My acknowledgement also goes to the GIZ, the 3RproMar team, for the excellent arrangements made for this important workshop. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, recognizing the urgent needs to addressing the marine plastic pollution, ASEAN is committed to strengthening the collective action to address this pressing issue. The ASEAN Regional Action Plan on combating the marine debris in the ASEAN member states launched in May 2021 outlined the strategic actions set to be implemented by ASEAN in the next 5 years, covering the four main areas of 1. Policy support and planning, 2. Research, innovation, and capacity building, 3. Private sector engagement, and 4. Public awareness, education, and outreach. Now it's a critical time for us to better engage all the partners to accelerate our implementation of the regional action plan, and particularly to prepare for the global plastic treaty to end plastic pollution. ASEAN and partners have joined hands to implement the regional action plan, including the ASEAN-German 3RproMar project. The project has been supporting ASEAN member states to reduce land-based waste leakage through bridging the knowledge gap and increasing the capacities, supporting the development of national measures, as well as identifying the opportunities in contributing to global plastic pollution treaty. I am pleased to note that today's workshop will witness the launch of the 3RproMar knowledge partnership for the marine litter prevention in ASEAN. I trust that the partner organizations under this partnership, namely the AREA, AIT, and NIVA, will bring their strengths and expertise to the region through the knowledge and information sharing with the ASEAN member states, upscaling and the replication of best practice and lessons learned. In recognition of the ongoing global discussion on the plastic treaty, this workshop will be the first in the region to share and discuss the key issues and priorities of the legally binding instruments, how they relate to initiatives being undertaken at the national and regional level, and to promote a collective understanding of related issues, including the full cycle of plastics. The negotiating process calls for the widest and the most effective participation possible, so that there is evidently the need for the strong engagement by all the stakeholders for the coordinated and coherent implementation of the upcoming treaty. Responding to this call, the workshop will provide a useful platform for the various stakeholders to exchange views on how ASEAN could contribute and coordinate our way forward in the preparation towards this important milestone, taking into account the country's experiences and the context as well as the regional priorities. The workshop will also provide an opportunity to highlight exemplary measures and experiences in the advancing public-to-private partnership through the extended producer responsibility schemes and leveraging the behavioral change to accelerate transformational shift towards the circular economy approaches. I trust that such exchange during this workshop will be tremendously useful in guiding our way forward in terms of how this 3RproMar project could contribute the most effectively to the implementation of the regional action plan and to the ongoing discussion towards the global treaty on the plastic pollution. Distinguished participants, the successful implementation of the regional action plan will require collective and coordinated action and support from each one of us. I would like to encourage the ASEAN member states and our partners to join hands and work together to advance our collective efforts to implement the regional action plan as well as the upcoming global treaty to end plastic pollution. I am confident that through our shared vision and joint efforts, we can work towards clean and healthy oceans, contributing to ASEAN Community Vision 2025 and 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I wish this workshop a great success. Thank you very much.
you very much, His Excellency Ekapap Phantafong, much appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the third opening remarks, which will be by His Excellency Thomas Graf, the head of mission of the Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany to Indonesia, ASEAN and Timor-Leste. This will be live online, and without further ado, please we move to His Excellency Thomas Graf.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, esteemed speakers and distinguished participants from all ASEAN member states and partner organizations. A very good morning from Jakarta to all of you, and a warm welcome to the second regional workshop of Reduce, Reuse, Recycle to Protect the Marine Environment and Coral Reefs, 3RproMar. It is with great pleasure that I take part in this important event today. Although I cannot attend in person, I am very delighted to see so many participants joining today and coming together to discuss this urgent and important topic. When plastic enters the ocean, it is not only a concern for the people living close to a beach in Bali. It is a global threat to our livelihood, since ultimately we all depend on the resources of the ocean. In the ASEAN region, the ocean is a particularly important resource, and the urgent need to act against marine litter has been recognized by the ASEAN member states. It is encouraging to see that the ASEAN member states have paved the way forward by adopting a series of frameworks and declarations. The Bangkok Declaration on Combating Marine Debris in ASEAN, the ASEAN Framework of Action on Marine Debris in 2019, and subsequently the ASEAN Regional Action Plan for Combating Marine Debris. In addition to 3RproMar, the Southeast Asia Regional Program on Combating Marine Plastics will support the ASEAN Secretariat and the ASEAN member states in the implementation of the Regional Action Plan. These efforts reaffirm ASEAN's commitment to the strengthening of regional cooperation for the management of marine waste. Only if we combine our actions, we can succeed. Germany is a reliable partner to help ASEAN achieve its goals. With our joint projects, Germany is among the largest contributors to support the realization of the ASEAN Community Vision 2025. Our long-standing cooperation has been renewed in 2023 with the practical cooperation areas for the ASEAN-Germany Development Partnership 2023 until 2027. Sustainable waste management and circular economy are priority areas of cooperation. With the 3RproMar project, in cooperation with the ASEAN Secretariat, we aim to support ASEAN member states to improve their capacities in these fields. The project includes activities at the regional level and specific activities in 4 countries. In Cambodia and Vietnam, it focuses on the Mekong River system, while also supporting the island states of Indonesia and the Philippines. The commitment at the regional level is supported by concrete measures at the national level, such as reducing waste leakage and promoting private sector engagement. A special highlight of today's meeting is the launch of the Regional Knowledge Partnership on Marine Litter. Together with 3 partners, 3RproMar will provide a platform to make knowledge on the prevention of marine litter more accessible. I hope that in the course of today's workshop, we can stimulate discussions on how to strengthen the efforts to tackle land-based marine litter at the regional, national, and local levels, and to examine the potential contribution of 3RproMar to the implementation of the ASEAN Regional Action Plan. We should also shed some light on the state of the discussions regarding legally binding instruments to end plastic pollution that are currently ongoing in the United Nations Environment Assembly, in order to show the chances and challenges for ASEAN. I would like to express my gratitude to the ASEAN member states, the ASEAN Secretariat, and our valuable partners for their significant commitment and efforts in addressing this pressing issue. The government of the Federal Republic of Germany, through GIZ, stands ready to support ASEAN in striving for transformational change towards achieving a more sustainable, circular future. I wish all participants a successful workshop with productive outcomes. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Salam sehat.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated, His Excellency Thomas Graf, for your opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, what we're going to do, we're going to go for the gong ceremony. We're going to do the official opening Balinese style. And to do this, I would like to invite the people mentioned on the screen, Dr. Pornsri Sutanaruk, His Excellency Dasrul Chaniago, Mr. Thomas Graf will be joining online, of course, Ms. Natalia Deradova, Mr. Piyush Dhawan, Ms. May Jordan, the openness, Mr. Michiki Kojima, and Luca Nizato to please join us on stage here for the gong ceremony. The names. What we are going to do? We're going to do the official gong ceremony. I would like to invite Dr. Pornsri to hit the gong 3 times. Yeah, 3 times. Thank you very much. On my count, and after that, the official opening of the workshop has been done by you. Shall we count down, and then we do the official opening on 3, 2, 1, and 3 times. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. We will take Thank you very much. We'll take an official picture. Please bear with us for a second. We'll take some pictures officially. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. If we all stay on the stage, please. I would like to invite everybody, please, for an official photo opportunity for all of us together here. I would like to invite you to come to the stage and be here on the stage with us where we can take a picture. Can you all join us on stage, please? Much appreciated. For the people online, well, we are very much appreciative that you are here with us. Unfortunately, we cannot take your picture, but we're happy that you are with us. It would be good to squeeze in a little bit, if you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen. Your colleagues don't bite. Please squeeze in a little bit. Some people in the front. We have a great crowd. Thank you for all for joining. And smile. Right, it looks like we're ready, ladies and gentlemen. very formal, ladies and gentlemen. After the thumbs up, can we say Bali or something a bit more informal? On one, we will say Bali. Can we do that? 3, 2, 1. Come on, say Bali. That's great. Fantastic. Wave to the cameras. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please have your seats. Much appreciated. Fantastic group of people. All right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Official opening done. Official photo opportunities taken. Thank you very much. Let's rock and roll with the agenda of the day and with the discussion, introduction today. Who is with us here today? Who is with us here today is, well, a lot of people from different organizations, different institutions. We have people from research institutions, universities, from ministries, from the private sector was here as well, and of course from GIZ and ASEAN. Thank you very much for being here. It's going to be a very, hopefully a very lively and great debates and discussions with all these different organizations present in the room. Now, online we have at the moment roughly 30 people joining us as well. We do hope that you will be also facilitated and helped with the interactive discussions as much as possible, and we will facilitate that for you. So what we're going to do today, what we're going to discuss today is on the agenda that we are going to have discussed in the morning. We will, of course, we have done the official welcoming and the gong ceremony. We will have 4 main sessions today. The first session in the morning will be introduction of the 3RproMar Knowledge Partnership for Marine Litter Prevention in ASEAN. And this session will be a talk show and panel discussions here on stage this morning, right after I will leave the stage. After which we will have a coffee break, and we will continue after the coffee break with a thematic sessions, with 2 thematic sessions. One on the potential contribution to the ASEAN RIP Regional Action Plan for combating marine debris on advancing EPR, and B, leveraging behavioral change. That is the second session in 2A and 2B in this morning, after which we will do a wrap-up of these thematic sessions. We will go for lunch. Then in the afternoon, we will be discussing in session 3A, towards a global plastic treaty to end plastic pollution. This will be an interactive and fun session as well here on stage, followed by session 3B, which is a breakout session in one room next door here, and here in this main room, and also virtually you will be split up in 2 rooms, and this talks about how ASEAN should be involved in the treaty negotiation process. We will have that wrapped up with a summary of the breakout group discussions, including a coffee break. Sometimes we will be a bit time pressed, so sometimes we will ask you to have a coffee while you are having your discussions. I hope you don't mind that. And we move to session 4 at 4 o'clock, which is the priorities and progress of 3RproMar project implementation, basically the country presentations and a question and answer session. This will be here in plenary on stage as well. Then we will wrap up these 4 sessions, and we will discuss or present on what did we discuss on the ways forward for 3RproMar project and the project itself, and moving on to the closing remarks, and after, well, roughly 5:15 we hope to be closing today's workshop. That is the session of today. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to move to the first session, session 1, introduction of the 3RproMar Knowledge Partnership for Marine Litter Prevention in ASEAN. As mentioned, this is a talk show and a panel discussion, and you will have a moderator. The moderator, I would like to ask you to welcome Mr. Frederik Kazelic, the Communication Specialist of GSZ 3RproMar.
Bart. I'm happy to moderate this session, which is also the launch of the 3RproMar Knowledge Partnership. And as you hear in partnership, I'm not going to be by myself up here, but I'm happy to introduce 6 participants for this talk show. The first one being Mrs. May Job-Pence from AIT Institute of Technology. Please come on stage. The second person will be Dr. Luca Nisetto from NIVA. The third, Ms. Ayako Misuno from AREA, which are also our partners in the Regional Knowledge Partnership. Then we have for the reflection, Mrs. Susie Herawati from KLH, as well as David Aryavat from the ASEAN Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform. And last but not least, we will have Mrs. Natalia Derodova, Senior Officer at the Environment Division of ASEAN Secretariat. Before I give a longer introduction, on the panelists, I will give a brief overview of what the Regional Knowledge Partnership is. So, please, the first slide. Okay, it's quite a big slide, so have a quick look. One of the main goals of our project 3RproMar is to increase the knowledge on marine litter on a regional level, especially in the ASEAN working groups. As you can see on this slide, our main goal are the 4 implementing ASEAN member states that are also present here through our project teams. But we are also hoping that other ASEAN member states are as well benefiting from our results, and as you can see up there, we seek synergies actively with other platforms and hubs that are working in the area. As we see here today, there's quite some actors that are working in the field of marine litter and knowledge management. And for us as a project, it was very important not to just create another platform for the sake of it, but rather to seek synergies with existing platforms. And so the beginning of our project was the stock taking, where we looked at what are the platforms that already exist and how could we combine this incredible knowledge into a mutual benefit. As we see here, we found 3 platforms that will be introduced in a second, and we see on the slides some of their main focus areas. But before I talk about these platforms, we have representatives of these platforms here, and I would like to give them the voice to introduce the platform. Before I come there, I will give a brief introduction of who's sitting here with me. So, first of all, is May Jordan Job-Pence. She's a program officer at Asian Institute of Technology, AIT, where she works on implementing a regional project on marine debris knowledge management and works for the No Waste Knowledge platform. Next to her is Dr. Luca Nisetto, who is leading scientist at NIVA and has a background in biology, ecology, environmental chemistry, and environmental modeling. He's also co-founder of the International Knowledge Hub Against Plastic Pollution. Next is Mrs. Ayako Misuno. She's program manager at Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia area, where she's working for the Regional Knowledge Center for Marine Plastic Debris. Her background is in international development, and she has worked in North Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, and the Caribbean. As representatives of the panel, we have Mrs. Susie Harawati, who is Deputy Head of the Center of Environment Generation Development in the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia, KLH. We are very happy to have her on the stage since KLH is our main partner for 3RproMar in Indonesia. Next to her is David Aryawat. He is a communication and engagement specialist for the ASEAN Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform, and he holds a PhD scholarship and worked as lecturer in a private university in Thailand. Last but not least, Natalia Derodova, Senior Officer at the Environment Division of ASEAN Secretariat, where she supports implementation and monitoring of programs and initiatives that are related to cooperation on environment. She holds a master's degree in international relations from the Macquarie University in Sydney, Australia. Before I come to the questions, we can see we have quite a lot of people here and just limited time, so I have two cards that I would like to hold up when the time is over. One card is reminding you that you have 2 minutes of time left, and the second card would remind you to please come to an end. So please apologize me, but we have to rush a bit through the different topics. So the first two questions I have, I would pose them together not to lose time, and I would ask the three partners to answer them. One by one, you have about 6 minutes, like I said, and I will remind you. So the first question is to please introduce what your institution is doing regarding to knowledge management or knowledge on marine litter. Secondly, please explain your main activities within the Knowledge Management Partnership and how they are aligned to the needs of ASEAN policymakers. So we're going to start with you, May Jordan. Please go ahead.
Hi. Okay. Hi. So good morning, everyone. Once again, my name is Major Dane Bologna Japenas. I'm a program officer of AIT RRCAP. So the Asian Institute of Technology's Regional Resource Center for Asia and the Pacific. We provide policy support and we provide resources for policy setting towards sustainable development. Our main goal is to bridge the gap between scientific understanding and policy making for sustainable development within the region. And we have 33 years of experience working here as well. So within AIT RRCAP, we have 3 main thematic clusters, which is air pollution, climate change cluster, as well as the waste and resource management. So each cluster conducts trainings, webinars, seminars, workshops to further our understanding and to disseminate information to our stakeholders. We produce reports, we write publications as well. And we provide policy support, capacity building, as well as knowledge transfer. So for this specific project for 3RproMar, the waste and resource management is the focal point within RRCAP to implement this project. Our main focus areas, as Fred very nicely pointed out in the beginning, is on the downstream national legislation and policies on marine litter and waste management. We also focus on waste data management and information systems, on collecting and recycling waste, and lastly, on behavior change. Of course, we have other focus areas which we support our partners with, but these 3 are our main ones. So our platform, the No Waste Knowledge Platform, is meant to be a hub of information for marine litter within the region. So on our platform, as we are currently redesigning it, it's meant to provide a place for policymakers and other stakeholders who are interested in the status of marine litter within the region. So we have statistical data and the current policy status of all the ASEAN members that we will put up on our platform. So all who are interested have one place that they can look for this information. We also are currently developing some good practices, whether they be from companies or NGOs, projects, things like that, so that those who also wish to recreate their successes have a place where they can look and see what were the successes, lessons learned from these projects in order to be able to implement it themselves within the region. So AIT-RRCAP is committed to communicating with our stakeholders and policymakers within the ASEAN region. And it is a natural continuation of our work because we're already focused on policy making and bridging that gap between scientific understanding and policy making already. So we are committed to communicating with our stakeholders, with our policymakers for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think you were a bit quicker, so thank you for that as well. So we can use the time still. And I would like to go to our next guest, to Dr. Luca Niceto. Please introduce as well your work within the Knowledge Partnership, as well as how are you ensuring that it's aligned to the needs of ASEAN?
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for inviting us in this project and in this event. I think that in order to explain and make you understanding better our role in this project, is useful to give you some information about who we are. ECAP, the International Knowledge Hub Against Plastic Pollution, is a knowledge platform established as part of a research project. So the Norwegian Institute for Water Research, hosting this knowledge hub, is a research institute. It's one of the Norwegian excellence in the area of environmental research, sustainability, and assessment. We have about over 300 scientists. These are environmental scientists, biologists, engineers, modelers, chemists. We also have an increasing number of social scientists, expert scientists, sustainability scientists. So we provide, we build knowledge through research projects using this large portfolio of competencies. And our institute is very active international, despite based on the name, it looks like a national institute. We have a lot of projects around the world. Ourselves, we have more than 30 different nationalities in our institute. So basically, we help the society by producing new knowledge. In a given moment of our history, we also felt like, okay, this is the historical moment, especially in the context of plastic pollution, to act not only as a researcher, as scientist, as knowledge provider, but also acting as knowledge broker. So we felt the need to make our knowledge, to put it into action. And to do that, we needed to establish a channel to talk with authorities, officials, but also managers, people that are in the position of taking important decisions that can help solving these terrible problems. So that's basically is the background for the ECAP, the International Knowledge Hub Against Plastic Pollution. We are very proud of being an honor to be part of this 3RproMar project, and together with inside this partnership, we are ready to provide this service. We see our role actually very much nested in our mission, in our identity. We want to collect, make synthesis of knowledge, make this knowledge accessible to the stakeholder in the region, provide services that enable officials and experts in the ASEAN region to assess this knowledge. We want to make, for example, mathematical models to be usable by local experts in a way that that science doesn't remain in the blue sky. It becomes a part of the measures that are needed, that needs to be taken to achieve the goal of carbon plastic pollution. Beyond this, we also have very recently established another kind of activity which is very important. NIVA has a new project that is focusing on helping scientists contributing to the negotiation of the plastic treaty ongoing As you know, there will be, at the end of this week, an important event in Paris. The International Negotiation Committee will meet. As part of this project, we are also committed to help stakeholders, governance in the ASEAN region to understand this process and help local governance to find a positioning into this negotiation. We believe that ASEAN member states can play an important role and being primary actors of this negotiation. This is a unique opportunity for the region and also for us to help you to achieve your goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now we come to our third partner, and we are still very good in time to Mrs. Ayako Misuno. I think the microphone has changed. So again, what is your organization doing in the partnership, and how are you going to align this to the needs of ASEAN?
Thank you very much, Frederick. So my name is Ayako Mizuno. I am representing the Regional Knowledge Center for Marine Plastic Debris of area, which was also selected as one of the partners for the 3RproMar project. So maybe I would like to start by introducing area and its positioning. Area was created in 2008 with the agreement of the East Asian Summit with the consent of 16 head of states. And the Regional Knowledge Center for Marine Plastic Debris was established in 2019 to serve ASEAN plus 3 member states to combat marine plastic debris issues. The way we contribute to the regional knowledge sharing of the region is to first of all collect, gather, analyze, and stocktake the marine plastic related information in the ASEAN plus 3 region, and how each member states contribute in the status quo and also for the advancement. Second of all, we try to disseminate good practices coming from stakeholders, including the private sectors, the researchers, the citizens, and the community. And we organize seminars, trainings. We try to contribute to support mutual learning and good policy development. And finally, the knowledge that we accumulate, we try to translate into knowledge products, such as guidelines, manuals, and infographic, so that it could be used for widely used for capacity building and policy development. We also try to share our knowledge in various international platforms to expand our network. So that is the first part of your question. And the focus area that we try to have for the 3RproMar project is to first of all enhance the knowledge sharing for EPR and national framework. And by national framework, we mean the laws and regulations and action plans of each country. Second, we try to create a database for the marine plastic debris related expertise and experts in the region, and we do the mapping for that. And finally, we try to continue expanding our private sector outreach and try to understand how private companies can contribute to the reduction and prevention of marine plastic debris. The way we try to align our intervention with the needs of the ASEAN member states and stakeholders is to first of all, because our programmatic pillars of the Regional Knowledge Center for Marine Plastic Debris is in sync with the regional action plan for combating marine debris of ASEAN region. So that's one. And secondly, we actively also engage with the governments and the related ministry of the ASEAN plus 3 member states in our activities. And finally, because the majority of our interventions and actions and projects are in collaboration with many of the stakeholders and actors, international organizations working in the marine plastic debris region, marine plastic debris area in the region. So we believe that the 3RproMar partnership alongside AIT, NIVA, GIZ, and the ASEAN Secretariat and their respective partners will enhance our alignment with the needs of the region that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we heard quite a lot about the partnership already and about what the partnership is doing. And now it's going to be interesting to hear the reaction first from Mrs. Susie Harawati. And we are interested in what are your expectations of this partnership, and maybe how can we guarantee that the products that we heard that are going to be produced during this partnership are also utilized by the ASEAN member states.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, good morning. First of all, of course, congratulations and our appreciation for your initiatives in your study or research and a platform in reducing plastics. And our expectation, of course, it will help to reduce the plastic pollutions in Asia, at least. And how to ensure that the product will be accepted and practiced in all Asian countries, probably it has to be on several levels. I mean, you have to make something for policymakers, and then for producers, for business, and also as I'm representing EWGEE, so probably environmental education, I mean. So probably it's also has to be translated into the words that can be understandable and implementable by community, and also for school children. And for your information, that this year will be held ASEAN Eco School Award, that plastic debris is one of the criteria of the schools. So I think this is from my point of view. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot. Now we have a representative of another platform where we can see how will the partnership actually work together, how are the synergies used. So my question to you is, how can we encourage the synergies between the Regional Knowledge Partnership and the recently established ASEAN Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform, since the topics circular economy and marine litter obviously are very much connected?
Thank you very much for your question. Good morning, everyone. Hope you are having an amazing day in Bali. And I'm David from the ASEAN Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform. Briefly about our platform, our ASEAN Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform is an ASEAN regional knowledge and information portal on circular economy with a mission to help ASEAN member states achieve sustainable consumption and production by accelerating a transition to a circular economy. And now, responding to your question on synergy between initiatives, we believe that synergy, by leveraging strengths and resources from both initiatives, we can enhance regional effort to address marine litter holistically. A potential area for synergy is knowledge exchange. By leveraging each other's knowledge base and information resource, we could provide relevant insights and best practice on circular economy approach that can help prevent marine litter. Being said, we see the partnership and the platform as highly complementary and with plenty of opportunities to work together. While 3RproMar focuses mainly on plastic, the platform works with all major industry and materials. Some of the experience from applying circular economy approach to plastic will be of value to other industry and products. And this can be example lesson learned regarding how to run multi-stakeholder partnership or even how to design and implement EPR program. Similarly, some CEA experience from other sector may be relevant to plastic as well. In short, we are fully convinced that there are many opportunities for our two initiatives to learn from each other and to cooperate on joint events and initiatives in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you a lot. Now we have a representative from ASEC, and you have heard a lot about the different platforms. And so our question to you is, how do you think can this partnership advance the knowledge in ASEAN? How should it be interlinked with the ASEAN Environmental Knowledge Hub? And do you have any suggestions to ensure that ASEAN also takes ownership of this regional knowledge partnership?
Thank you so much, and very good morning to all participants. I wish to first congratulate all member states, Germany and GIZ as well, for the launch of this regional knowledge partnership. I think it is very much in line with the priorities, ASEAN priorities, as reflected in the ASEAN Regional Action Plan, which was launched in 2021. I think it is relevant to all the four priority areas identified in the action plan. I think first, the partnership can contribute to evidence-based policy making and planning in the region, and it can also help to consolidate available research and information to the context of ASEAN and synthesize it to make it relevant also for ASEAN and stimulate innovation. And also it can provide a platform for various stakeholders, including, for example, private sector, to engage and also participate in our regional efforts. And lastly, I think the partnership also has an opportunity to generate strategic communication materials to raise public awareness in the region. Now, I acknowledge also that there are a lot of existing platforms already as championed by these organizations. We have the ASEAN Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform, and also upcoming regional platform by the CMAP project as well. So it's very important that we make sure that these are complementary rather than duplicating each other. I think knowledge is very broad, and we can specify a clear target audience, clear scope of what the platform would like to achieve. Also making sure that we respond to the knowledge gaps in the region, making relevant information to the context of ASEAN. And I think there is also an opportunity to leverage on the strength and expertise of the organizations and the partners of the knowledge partnership, and contribute to the knowledge already available in the region. And specifically for this project, I think you will generate a lot of information from the national level implementation, the pilot projects. So I think it's good that the knowledge partnership can work together with the participating countries to bring up all the available information and translate these best practices to replicate and make regional impact, not only on the participating countries, but also how to make use of this information at the regional level. The platform can also build, support member states in strengthening their capacity in their own knowledge management as well, and monitoring of the marine plastics issue. So as a region, we are stronger in terms of knowledge management. Now, for the linkage with the Environment Knowledge Hub, the Knowledge Hub itself is currently being updated and being finalized. It is meant to be like a one-stop information platform for ASEAN's policy and institutional frameworks, for people to understand what ASEAN is doing in terms of environment, what ASEAN cooperation on environment is all about, what are the current ongoing initiatives on environment. But we would also like to take this one step further, not only for this overview information, but also more on the information on specific topic areas, for example, like marine plastics. So I think it's good to make use of the hub as kind of a gate or a house of all the information platform available in the region, and to consolidate the information in the hub as well. So we look forward to further discussion on how we can make this happen. And in terms of ownership of member states, I think it's good to make sure that the platform the partnership is integrated in ASEAN's structures, in the knowledge hub, and also to closely consult ASEAN member states from the inception to the deliverables as well. So yeah, that's just my intervention. Thank you.
Thank you a lot. I'm quite surprised. We still have some time left, so I would like to turn again to our partners here, and I would like you to answer one question. What would be a successful partnership for you? If you look back at the partnership in a while, and how would you think it would be a success?
Okay, I go first. So sorry, what was the question again? What would be a successful?
For you, if you look back at the partnership and back at the work you've done within the partnership, how would you tell that it was a success for you, for your organization?
I think for AIT, just looking back at the work we've done already, I think what we can consider a success is if we produce any sort of like publications or works together based on our research together. So like I mentioned before, AIT does a lot of research that can inform policy. So we are already developing a lot of knowledge products. So first we're just focusing on statistical data as well as policy. But as the partnership continues, of course, we're going to do some gap analysis, situational analysis as well, just to see what the current status is. So of course, we'd be working with our partners as well in this aspect.
Thank you a lot. And maybe same question goes to Luca. What would be for you a success factor after this partnership?
I think that the most important element for a successful partnership is being able from our side to understand what are the real needs that our stakeholders have, the authorities have. For us, really understanding the question and being able to provide exactly the kind of support in terms of knowledge, synthesis, tools that are needed to solve your specific problems. This for me is the most important component, possibly also the biggest challenge. To succeed in implementing this roadmap, this way of working together, we need to establish good communication that goes in both ways. Keeping the momentum. Without this communication and this level of interaction, there is a risk that we may have a suboptimal result at the end, while we want to achieve the best.
Thank you. And Ayako.
Thank you very much. And I would like to maybe reiterate just May and Luca touched upon. I think we also work in the field where we can be working silo a little bit. And when we talk about partnership, it's a word that we employ very often, but in reality, we tend to work alone. And for us, area side, I think to be able to actually collaborate, but in a real sense with AIT team and NIVA team and produce something together and contribute to the 3RproMar with GIZ team and leave something tangible after the project will be something I would consider a successful partnership.
Thank you. I think these were very good last words, and I would like to thank all of you for being on stage and being part of this discussion. And I would like to give it back to Bart and thank you all.
Thank you very much for this panel session, this fantastically moderated session number 1. Frederik Kaselitz is a political scientist and journalist teaching at the universities of Bonn and Darmstadt. Let's give him a warm applause for moderating this session. Thank you very much. Good. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do is, before the coffee break, I would like to introduce you to the session number 2 and to the 2 moderators of session number 2. Also for the people online, you will be given instructions on how to join one of the 2 sessions here. So bear with me, I know you want coffee. Give me 1 second. Session number 2, there are 2 thematic sessions. Potential contribution to the ASEAN Regional Action Plan for combating marine debris. There will be 2 moderators because there will be 2 sessions, 2A and 2B. And because after the coffee break we go to the 2 different rooms, I would like to invite to the stage to introduce to you the 2 moderators, Dr. Johannes Pol, the project leader in the Philippines of GIZ 3RproMar, and Ms. Rizka Hassan, who will be moderating session 2B, the advisor to GIZ 3RproMar. Please join us on the stage. Thank you very much, both of you. Dr. Johannes Paul is the environmental engineer and holds a PhD in environmental engineering and an MSc in geology. So you're in good hands with your discussion. And Rizka Hassan is the advisor on M&E and communication and has worked before in the ministerial delivery unit of the Ministry of Marine Affairs here in Indonesia and fisheries in Indonesia. So 2 great moderators who will be joining you in this room and in the room next door. So Rizka Hassan will be in the room next door, session 2B. Dr. Johannes Pol will be in this room, in room 2A for session 2A. Just to have introduced you the 2 moderators, and let me show you some instructions on the slide for the people online as well. Thank you very much, much appreciated. Good luck with your sessions after the coffee break. So, ladies and gentlemen, the sessions, as mentioned, there are 2 sessions. 1 on advancing EPR, extended producer responsibility to address marine plastic litter and drive the circular economy. And the other session, session 2B, is leveraging behavioral change, communication strategies to improve waste management and drive the circular economy. So these are in 2 different rooms, 1 next door, 2B, and 2A will be here. So for the people online, you have all been assigned already, or you will be assigned where to go. So we will do that for you. Also, there are 2 breakout rooms next door and here. And for the online participants, if you are in 2A, session 2A on EPR, you will stay online. You don't have to do anything. If you are, however, in session 2B, you click on the link that will be sent to you for the people online. I'm talking to you. You will be sent a link in the chat. You click on that link and you'll go to a next Teams session. We'll join session 2B, thematic session 2B. So you will have people both physically present in the rooms as well as online. After that is done, we will have all here a plenary session back in this room again. Also the people online, you will be sent a link in the chat and you come back to the plenary. We will all be here in plenary to wrap up the 2 thematic sessions. This will take approximately, you will be notified, approximately 1 hour and 40 minutes. I hope to see you back on time. If that is all clear for now, I would like you to go for a coffee break, 10 minutes maximum, and then you will either go to room 2A next door or room 2B here. Thank you very much. Have a good coffee break. There will be a photo opportunity. I have to mention something else indeed. There are, for the coffee break, there is a possibility to take photo opportunity outside in the opposite. Let me have a look. In the Teta restaurant, is it? Outside. There will be a photo opportunity, a photo booth where you can take photo opportunities if you would like to do that. So that's outside. For now, let's just have a coffee, shall we? All right. 10 minutes, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the Wi-Fi password is ASEAN 2023 in all capitals. If you want to use the Wi-Fi, ASEAN 2023, all capitals. No, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. May I ask you, good morning it is rather, can I ask you to come back inside, please? And let's start session 2A and 2B. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a seat. Thank you. Let's start the exciting session 2A in this room for the people who are with us online. Thank you still very much for being with us. This is session 2A. In the chat, you will receive the link to session 2B. Who would like to join session 2B? Let's have a seat. And once everybody is in, I'm going to invite our moderator to start the session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Please, can we close the doors? Can somebody help me to close the doors? Thank you. All right, have a seat. And may I have your undivided attention and applause for our moderator, Dr. Johannes Spol. Please join us on stage.
Yeah, pleasant good morning to all of you also from my side. We just take a little time until everyone is in. I'd like to welcome you to our session, Advancing EPR, to address marine plastic litter problem and advancing circular economy. As you remember, or many of you may remember, in the last year regional conference, we had already a very fruitful meeting and exchange on EPR. But in the meantime, the topic extended producer responsibility gained more attention. You can see it, it's part of the regional action plan of marine litter. It becomes part of many national action plans. And the topic gets attention. In that way, there's a link to what we just discussed. The knowledge management, the knowledge sharing of EPR is of course very much on our heart of 3RproMar. In that way, we are happy to offer the session. Now I have to check. We will have 5 speakers in the session, which I invite later to you and will also introduce to you, which will give inputs. And now the overview of the session, I hope it disappears here. That is a link to our last session from the last regional conference. So there's a lot of learnings, as I said, many of you may remember. I do not want to repeat the details, but we will connect in our later discussion to that, of course. So how is the session structured? We have our 5 input presentations in 60 minutes. That means every speaker has around 2 minutes speaking time. Same as Frederick did. I have my cards and will remind the speakers in time to please come to an end, that everyone has his 10 minutes. And after our input presentations, we of course give the floor to questions to provide answers. This is also for our online participants. Later, if you have questions, please put it in the chat. This is only for later. Yeah. Let's go in the session. I would like now to invite our speakers to please come on stage. We have Mr. Moment, I have to check my papers here. Michikazu Kojima from area. Please, if you join me on stage. I needed the paper because I'm afraid that I pronounce the names wrong, that I do not want to do. So thank you for joining us. We have Mrs. Eka Hilda Utami from the Environmental Ministry Indonesia. Please join us on stage. Thank you for coming. Then we have Mr. Crispian Lau from the Philippine Alliance for Recycling and Material Sustainability, in short PARMS. Good morning, Crispian. Thank you for joining. We will have a presentation online for Ms. Michela Won from Nestle Malaysia. I hope the online connection will work later on. She cannot join us here today. And last but not least, we have an input from Mr. Voltaire Acosta from the Philippines, UN Habitat. Please, Voltaire, join us. We're happy that you are around. So you see, we have a big program to provide inputs which then give us food for our discussion and for knowledge exchange on EPR. Yeah, to start with, I would just like to give some more words. As I said in the beginning, for every talk, Mr. Michikazu Kojima will talk to us about the stock taking of EPR schemes and barriers in ASEAN. He is a senior advisor of AREA, and currently he leads all the regional knowledge center on marine plastic debris, which was newly created at AREA. But he has also many other functions. Since 2015, he acts as a chief senior researcher at the Economic Institute for Development Economics under the Japan External Trade Organization, but he is also expert member of working groups with the Basel Convention and at UNIDO with a green infrastructure platform. So we welcome you. The floor is yours. Please give us your input. Thank you. I hope it works.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, my name is Michikazu Kojima. So, can you share the presentation or okay, okay, yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, I would like to kind of overview the extended producer responsibility on plastic and packaging in ASEAN. Yeah. Yeah, EPL is an environmental policy in which a producer's responsibility for a product is extended to the post-consumer stage of a product life cycle. And there are some kind of instrument of EPL, like product take-back scheme or a kind of economic and market-based instruments such as a deposit refund scheme or advance disposal fee, material taxes, and so on. And also regulation and performance standards such as minimum recycled content and so on. And accompanying the information-based instruments such as raising public awareness. And in I think in 1970s, it's not 80s, so sorry. U.S. and Canada, local governments of the U.S. and Canada started kind of a EPL scheme. In 1991, Germany introduced kind of the EPL scheme, which was a kind of a major kind of the changes of the EPL kind of system. And in Asia, Republic of Korea and Japan introduced the EPL scheme in 1990s. And like now, the ASEAN countries try to introduce or just introduce the EPL scheme in this kind of in this few years. Okay, and there are several types of responsibilities which can be put on the producers, such as the physical responsibilities, like kind of a collection rate of the target items, or kind of a recycling rate target, and or the kind of financial responsibilities, which should cover the kind of the cost of the collection or recycling and so on, and also information responsibilities, which put on some labeling on the recyclability or the types of plastics and so on. So these kind of responsibilities should put on the producers somehow. And yes, there are some kind of existing EPL scheme on plastic and packaging in Southeast Asian countries. Indonesia, probably, you will explain the Indonesian case, but in 2019, they had a kind of the ministerial regulation was issued to make, producers should make a kind of a report on the kind of the reduction of the packaging containers. And they should make a report and submit to the government. So that is a major kind of requirement. And Vietnam, also, Philippines, you just kind of introduced enacted the EPL scheme, which Mr. Lau will explain probably. And also Vietnam is planning to enforce the EPL scheme in the near future. It's already mentioned in the Environmental Quality Act, in the Environment Protection Law in Vietnam. And Singapore also tried to introduce the deposit refund system on all packaged beverages in plastic bottles and material cans. So Singapore tried to utilize a kind of a deposit refund scheme. And also Thailand and Malaysia also preparing the EPL scheme. And I think I skipped the Indonesia and the Philippines. And regarding Vietnam, they already mentioned the environmental protection law. They mentioned the EPL scheme in environmental protection law, and they have a two scheme. So producers should achieve a kind of some kind of recycling rate, or they should kind of organize a kind of collection scheme and also make satisfy the kind of recycling rate. And another kind of approach is producers can pay to the Environmental Protection Fund instead of the kind of the to take physical responsibility of the collection or recycling. And Singapore, I just mentioned as before, the fund and deposit and refund system will be implemented in 2025. So Singapore also planning to apply the EPR right now. Okay. Yeah, and I feel there are several kind of challenges of applying EPR in developing countries, like limited waste collection services in rural area, and also limited number of the facilities for some plastic types. So like PET bottles, there are several kind of recyclers in each countries, but not much recyclers for other kind of type of the plastics. And existence of the market-based collection system of the recyclables. I mean, the one of the challenges is in the remote area, which is far from the recycling facilities, they may not have a good kind of collection program in country. So such kind of the one of the important issue is the kind of high transportation cost from the collected kind of points to the recyclers. How to reduce the kind of cost of transportation is also a very important one. So there are several kind of the challenges to implement EPR in this region. So that's my presentation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Michikazu Kojima, for your presentation. You opened the door to many details, so I'm sure many questions already in the heads popping up. For me, to link to the next presentation, next speakers, interesting takeaway, since you give me 1 minute, thank you for that. Interesting points to take away. Okay, we are looking to what? We are looking to arranging things new in EPR to the post-consumer stage of products. So that is the difference to linear economy. We give products on the point of sale, and after that it's a consumer responsibility. Now we say producers take much more responsibility after this act until the end of life stage on the post-consumer stage. And there we rely or have to organize the 3 points, the 3 pillars you mentioned: physical, financial, information responsibility. So it's a big open, easy said, but probably many details. And I hope this will trigger a good discussion. Please note your questions also online for later, since we now go to the next presentation to get more input to the details and to look into the countries. I also found very interesting your slide where you show where the countries are. It looks like with the orange trains, like every country is another stage on train and time and traveling towards EPR. I found that also a good impression. Yeah, as the next speaker, we get an input from Indonesia, from Ms. Eka Hilda Utimami, from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Thanks for being here. So she will talk to us about the status and learnings from the EPR roadmap of waste reduction by producers in Indonesia. Ms. Utimami is very much involved in the policy making in Indonesia, especially with focus on circular economy and waste reduction initiatives. But she's also linked strongly to the implementation level, where the localization of policies has to be forwarded. And there she supports in capacity building, training, building knowledge, and especially supporting the making of local policies related to single-use plastic, marine litter reduction, and other concerns, maybe also EPR. So she is also a member of the social media team of the Directorate of Waste Reduction, so there's a strong link to the social side. Please, Ms. Utami, the floor is yours.
Johannes, allow me to use the podium.
Yes, please. Does she have a pointer? She has, okay.
Thank you. First of all, on behalf of the Director General of Directorate General of Waste Management, Hazardous and Toxic Substances, we would like to apologize that Ms. Rosa Pipin is unable to attend this event since she has to chair the Indonesia INC2 preparation meeting at the same time. Okay, hello everyone, good morning. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Eka Hilda. You can call me Hilda. I'm from the Ministry of the Environment and Forestry of Indonesia, and I'm working at Directorate of Solid Waste Reduction. Today, I'm not coming by myself. On this forum, I'm with some colleagues from Ministry of Environment and Forestry. It was an honor for me to have this opportunity to share and promote Indonesia's solid waste management on this conference. In this presentation, I will explain some information about the Indonesia solid waste management status, plastic waste challenge in Indonesia, plastic recycling in Indonesia, also the target strategy and the goal of solid waste management in Indonesia. And regarding to the thematic of this session, I will share about the producer responsibility in waste reduction, implementation of circular economy in Indonesia, and also the strategies to accelerate the implementation of producer responsibility in waste reduction. As the fourth most populous country in the world, in 2022, Indonesia population is around 275 million people. So talking about solid waste generation in Indonesia, the population significantly contribute to the number of solid waste generation in Indonesia. Based on our data at the National Information of Solid Waste Management, the number of waste generation in 2021 is around 68.5 million tons, with the composition consisting about 41% food waste, 18% plastic waste, and 12% paper waste. With proper waste management and circular economy implementation, it potentially become a recycling source in the future also. Talking about plastic waste, most plastic waste in Indonesia come from single-use plastic items, including packaging waste. 93 million plastic straw used in Indonesia and mostly end up as waste. Another thing, 9.8 billion plastic bags are used every year, and almost 95% will end up at landfill. Based on our data from the BPOM, its Food and Drugs Agency in Indonesia, in 5 years, the numbers of product register permit issued is increasing. From this data, we know that cosmetic industry and food beverage industry contribute for the plastic waste generation. That coming from packaging waste, other data mentioned that 57% plastic consumed as a flexible packaging plastic. Moreover, during pandemic COVID-19, the number of consume of plastics increasing. Another problem is the condition of plastic recycling in Indonesia also contribute to the challenge. The fact is not all plastic packaging waste is absorbed by recycling industry. There are some packaging plastic that technically cannot be recycled, and some of reason. Besides that, we recognize that recycling infrastructure in Indonesia is still limited. Another issue is that we should address is some packaging contains harmful substances. But the thing that we don't realize is with the easiness of packaging, plastic packaging, as the daily consume, the reuse model business has forgotten reuse solution. Indonesia government has set quite ambitious target to overcome the waste problem. Through the presidential regulation, Indonesia has set target to reduce waste at source by 30% and handle waste properly 70% of total waste generation in 2025. And also to reduce marine plastic litter by 70%, we have already President Regulation number 83 year 2018. Besides that, to Ministry of Environment and Forestry number V75, Indonesia will phase out some single-use plastic item by 2029 and encourage producers to reduce their container packaging waste by 30%. Moreover, Indonesia has set a target to reduce GHG emission from waste sector. To achieve this target, the Indonesia government also has prepared some strategy, such as encouraging behavior change through the implementation of less waste lifestyle, implementing producer responsibility in waste reduction, increasing the recycling rate, strengthening the solid waste management infrastructure by industrialization of solid waste management, and also optimizing the national waste data management. So through this target and strategy, Indonesia optimists will achieve the goals such as reduce waste to the landfill, circular economy, sustainable development, and also net zero emission. Furthermore, to respond to the problem of plastic waste, especially packaging waste, through the Law 18/2008 about solid waste management, at Article 15 mentioned the producer is obliged to manage waste generated from packaging or their product which is unable or difficult to be decomposed naturally, which further arranged through the Ministerial Forestry V75. In Indonesia, we don't use term of the extended producer responsibility. We use term of producer responsibility because in Indonesia also it's mandatory. Talking about this regulation, Indonesia Producer Responsibility Roadmap is a guideline from producer, including brand owner, manufacturers, importer, retailer, and food and beverage service industry, to implement their responsibility to reduce their waste that is generated, their goods packaging and service. We using 3R approach. That first, the producer should redesign their container. Second one is recycling by taking back and collect post-consumer product, and also reusing by taking back and collect post-consumer product packaging. Through this regulation, by the end of 2029, several single-use plastic items will be phased out. For examples, like highlight is that through this regulation, Indonesia will eliminate of some product and packaging that are difficult to reuse and recycle through phase out at 1 January 2030. Besides that, we also encourage producers to redesign their packaging and implement eco-label as an effort to overcome problematic packaging waste. On the previous slide, I have already mentioned the concept of Indonesia Producer Responsibility. On this forum, we also want to share that toward the Global Plastic Treaty to end plastic pollution, in response to the Global Treaty to end plastic pollution planning, Indonesia has already prepared mandatory regulation to support this plan. With the context of the permanent LHKP 75, in this regulation has contained a full life cycle plastic approach, starting from design, production, distribution, consumption, post-consumption, post-consumption, reuse, and recycle. So we hope through the implementation of P75 can encourage the application of the circular economy in ending plastic pollution through the sustainable design of product and material, reuse, remanufacture, or resell as mandated in the resolution.
Thank you. So please come to an end soon.
Talking about circular economy, waste reduction at source take important strategy to limit the waste regeneration as well as reduce waste them to the landfill. In order to encourage people and producers to reduce their waste, Indonesia government has regulation P75 and also regulation number 14 regarding waste management at West Bank. Like I mentioned before, we have the regulation to that for obliged to the producer, and from the society we have the West Bank regulation. West Bank is an education instrument to encourage society to do waste sorting at home. Another thing is West Bank also take important role to increase recycling rate in order to support the fulfillment of recycled source, prevent the import of plastic and paper scrap. Another thing is we see that Indonesia have prepared so much preparation to to the single-use plastic phase out in the 2030. We see that, as mentioned in Ellen MacArthur study, we see that the 4-use models such as refill at home, return from home, refill on the go, and return on the go that can be implemented as solution for the single-use plastic phase-out plan in 2030. And actually in Indonesia the practice is available, and so we see the solution are can be implemented in Indonesia. So talking about how to overcome the waste reduction in Indonesia, especially in single-use plastics, not only about how to take their waste to the recycling, and also the using the reuse model.
So,
okay, this is how we accelerate the implementation. We encouraging the local government to publish the regulation that can banning single-use plastic. Now there is 130 local government who has already have it.
do you have many more slides?
Sorry?
Do you have many more slides? Or you
No.
Okay.
Just a moment. Okay, as part of compliance, producers are required to prepare a planning document for reducing packaging waste. Now we have 42 producers have already submitted their planning document, and we hope through the dissemination, coaching, cleaning, and assistance, in the end of this year, 400 producers will submit their planning document. This is the one of the implementation of the regulation, one of the, best practice, closed loop bottle to bottle. So we have already brand owner who has implemented the regulation from the upside to the outside.
All right.
And this is some of the project, pilot project from the producer. Some producer has already redesigned their packaging, like Danone Aqua, Ajinomoto. Some of them try to piloting refillable vending machine, like Nestle, collaborate with some waste collector, and also some of them, like Yakult, involving their Yakult lady to sell their product and collect their packaging direct to consumer home.
Thank you so much, Eka. I think we have to
Yes.
come to an end, otherwise
Yes,
other
yes, of
speakers
course. This is my last presentation. Sorry. The positive impact of the implementation is now there is 209 sociopreneurs engaged in this waste reduction.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And again, you opened the door to many details. Again, we can really follow, if you go in a country context, the three aspects: physical, financial, information responsibility, result in many details. So I will not comment so much now, and just do not take too much time from the next speaker, which is, I would like to welcome Crispian Lau. He is the founding president of the Philippine Alliance for Recycling and Material Sustainability. I have the luxury to know him already a long time. We had many fruitful discussions. He is not only the representative of PALMS, he is also the commissioner for representing the private sector in the Philippines for the National Solid Waste Management Commission, involved many years in the topic we are talking about today. And he was in his function a key to establish a strategy from the view of the private sector, which I will be sure will be part also of his presentation. So please, Crispian, I don't want to take your time. The floor is yours. I hope you have.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Johannes. I will promise to be on time. For people who know me, they know that I talk a lot, so good luck if I can meet my 10 minutes. Okay, a quick introduction of our organization. We are PARMS. We are the Philippine Alliance for Recycling and Material Sustainability. We have brought together stakeholders from the waste, from the supply and waste value chain, aiming to work together to collaborate. You know, we always talk of collaboration, but it's not easy putting everybody on the same table and pushing the same agenda. Again, we started with a mission, okay, to have a holistic approach to waste management, to address the gaps that government cannot meet, and come up with solutions to address the waste problem. We brought together different stakeholders from the industry, including the academic community, the waste managers, putting everybody in the same room, on the same table, to address the basic problem of waste, to address the shortage in infrastructure. Here are some of our investing partner members. I have to flash them because they fund the organization, and they are responsible for pushing our agenda forward. Again, we need to work with industry groups, different industry groups, not only from the plastics industry, including the paper, the glass, the metals industry. We need to work with the academic community, the research community, and also, more importantly, civil society. In 2020, we made an ambitious declaration of zero waste to nature 2030. This ambitious declaration was translated into a roadmap that would identify the strategy, the enabling policies, and the glide path for us to realize zero waste to nature for plastics packaging. By the way, PARMS was established as early as 2014, before even the Jambek report came out. But it was very difficult for us to put things together. It took us about 6 years before we can come up with our strategy and roadmap. We evaluated the do-nothing scenario. In a developing country that has limited resources to have data, we are able to come up with the numbers, how much is out there. Again, we always say that you cannot manage what you cannot measure. So we try to understand a do-nothing scenario. The red would be the potential leakage, and what we did was to split it up in rigids and flexible packaging format. Rigids in the Philippines and in many developing countries are actually recovered for recycling. But in the Philippines, due to the lack of infrastructure, you would see that there's still a gap for us as far as PET is concerned in recycling infrastructure, because we have to depend on export market. Now, we came out with an execute scenario, okay? if we are able to develop the necessary infrastructure to put the effective policies in place, then we will be able to address the leakage. The last mile would be always a challenge, but we are seeing the potential of addressing, within the 10-year program. By the way, when we developed the Zero Waste to Nature Roadmap, it was very much in line with the nation's sustainable consumption and productions agenda, as well as the National Plan of Action on Marine Litter. In the National Plan of Action on Marine Litter, we have two basic strategies focused on sustainable consumption and production, and also on EPR. Now, the EPR law was approved by Congress and enacted into law or lapsed into law last year. We had no choice but to implement the law now, and we have targets set for us by government. So it will involve large enterprises, and this is how EPR, in our opinion, being identified as the one of the key policies that would affect change towards circular economy. The large enterprises will be mandated by law to perform or to execute EPR as obliged enterprises. Our targets will surpass the global targets. We are targeting 80% by 2028. So good luck to the industry as to how to achieve these ambitious targets mandated, not set, mandated to us by government. And the system of EPR in the Philippines is flexible enough where companies can do it on their own. Companies can organize themselves and form collectives. Companies can organize a PRO or even assign a PRO for them to do it. So it's complicated, but that's how the law is framed. Now, the law also prescribes in the framework two systemic policy requirements. You have to declare as an industry or as an obliged enterprise reduction efforts. This is where design for recycling, reduce, adoption of recycled content comes in. And on the other side is recovery. So it looks at the two facets of reduction, and recovery, which is very much in line with the 3RproMar project. Reduce, reuse, falling on reduction, which is a mandate of law for companies to fulfill, and then recovery on the other side. Now, here is just if you look at the waste value chain, we envision the system to be in such a way that it makes it inclusive for everyone, meaning from the source to the final treatment. So our idea is that the final treater would issue a certificate of recycling or certificate of resource recovery for co-processing. This certificate can be turned over to anyone on the chain who would actually be claiming it into credits that can be sold to obliged enterprise to offset their footprint. Now here is the model of PARMS as to how we intend to implement this. Of course, you have the government mandated by law to ensure compliance by industry. You have the obliged enterprises. You have the waste diverters. The waste diverters can be anyone from the chain. It can be a local government unit. It can be a cooperative of informal pickers. But what's important is that they can only be represented by one in the chain. So the law also prescribes for or mandates a third-party audit system. Meaning, companies who declare their footprint, companies who declare their footprint and they have broken it down to rigids and flexibles. Companies will declare their footprint. How much rigids do I put in the market? How much flexibles do I put in the market? The system is required to submit it to a third party for auditing. Once it is audited, it can now be submitted to the government. Now, the audited certificate in the model of PARMS can be uploaded into a portal. On the other side, the waste diverters can issue or declare waste diversion. That waste diversion needs to be supported by a certificate of either recycling, resource recovery, or disposal, which will now be subject to audit, and that audited certificate in the form of plastic credits can now be transacted or sold to obliged enterprise for them to comply with the provisions of law. And the law requires entities like PROs to submit their compliance reports on an annual basis. Now, of course, as I mentioned earlier, companies are not precluded from submitting their own registration and doing their own compliance reports. Okay, I promise to make it short. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Big round of applause for Christian. This is a very interesting contribution, jumping from Indonesia to Philippines. And I think you gave us two keywords, mandatory EPR and voluntary EPR. So mandatory, we later can explore what does it mean with deadlines as processes. Basically, it gives the question, how we do it in time to comply with the targets. We have representatives from the Department of Environment and the Natural Resources of the Philippines here who are also involved. So I think that is very supportive that the private sector in the Philippines has their own roadmap and a strategy which can be put in the discussion. Just to leave it with that for now, I can imagine there will be questions later on to you also, Christian. Yeah, and let's now go to the next presenter, an online presentation. I hope this connection to Ms. Michelle Won from Nestle Malaysia works. There she is. Welcome in our session. Good day. We would be happy to have you around in person, but at least we have you online, so I hope the connection works. Ms. Won will talk to us about voluntary initiatives of the private sector towards EPR in Malaysia. She works more than 20 years already for Nestle Malaysia. She has ample work experience, exposure to and focus in working along the value chain with key aspect on food supply, working with numerous actors in packaging, plastic manufacturing, food and beverage industry. So she knows probably all the whereabouts along the entire value chain where EPR comes in and needs to be discussed and streamlined. And we welcome the voluntary initiatives for sustainability. She leads the sustainability unit in Malaysia. Please, Ms. Won, the floor is yours. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much. I just want to test whether the sound is good. Can you all hear me? Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Sorry, I have to switch off the camera just to test whether.
At the moment, we cannot hear you. Are you muted now, Ms. Won?
No, I'm actually unmute. Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Just kindly reminder, if you can stay with the 10 minutes, we will be happy. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, all right. Thank you so much. So allow me to switch off my camera because I think the network is not that stable. Yeah. So I will share my screen.
Yes, please. So far we cannot see. Yes, now we can see it.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, please go ahead, we see.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, okay. So before I deep dive into the topics, maybe allow me just to give a very quick overview of Nestle Malaysia. So Nestle, we have been already in operations in Malaysia since 1912. It's already 111 years in Malaysia, and we are one of the public listed company. And we are the biggest halal producer in the Nestle world, and it's the global excellence of halal excellence as well. And we have 6 factories and 1 Nestle distribution center in Malaysia. As you can see here, and 500, we have over 500 halal products with the leading household brands like Milo, Maggi, Nescafe, all these products. Yeah. So I will not deep dive into this, and let's go to the next slide. Okay. And so here we have a very concise depiction of our net zero roadmap. As you can see here, we are committed to achieve net zero by 2050 and to halve it by 2030. And we have defined projects across our business, and we are going beyond commitments. And further, we are making our footprint very transparent and will make our progress clear. Our effort on this EPR reflects our commitment in addressing the plastic pollution. As you can see here, our focus is also on plastic. While we want to tackle the greenhouse gas emissions, our immediate focus is also to tackling the issue of a plastic solution due to its significant impact. This is why we are diligently working to develop a more effective recycling system, which are very important in our approach. And waste management sector in Malaysia is rather complex, and also is not homogeneous. It is very complex because there are three socio-economic demographic, which we call T20, which is the top 20, medium 40, and also the bottom 40, B40. Different building block types, high rise, and also we have some staying in landed, and three different legal landscape in Malaysia. We have the Act 672 states, non-Act states, and also like Sabah Sarawak. Each of it has like own sets of regulations. Overall, there are many archetypes, which means that there is no one size fit all model that can be deployed. Therefore, any solutions that develop must be adaptable and also feasible for all these diverse scenarios. Yeah. And we align our approach, collection approach, with the different landscapes, and started in late 2020. And because of COVID, we focus on areas that which is accessible to us, which is close to our site, Klang Valley, or in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So briefly, our collection approach comprise dedicated curbside collections for the middle class and also high income class, building on the existing rural trucks. And also we have our door-to-door collections in these rural areas, which is the suburban areas, with the tricycle due to the narrow routes, and also apartment approach, because we have also the apartment approach as well. And of course, we have our sorting approach to upgrade our partners, which I have a slide to explain a little bit more. And also, lastly, is to stop the gap measure using river traps known as a log boom installed along the Klang River to avoid leakage into the ocean. And our first voluntary EPR pilot project was with one of the municipality, which is MPPJ, and started in late 2020. And it's a separation at source program with a dedicated recycling collection from landed household. It is a public-private collaborations with various stakeholders, such as like municipalities, with the recycler, which naming KPT Recycler, and also with Nestle funding the collection. And today, the separation at source program has expanded to include 4 municipalities in Selangor, and with 1 concession S, which is Alam Flora in Kuala Lumpur. And with MPPJ, we have also started the medium income apartment recycling pilot, which work closely with the joint management body and also the cleaners to improve the segregation at source for the high-rise properties. And similarly, we also did the same in KL, which is an estate, but partnering with Alam Flora Environment Solutions, or we call FS here, covering around 10,000 households, which is in the high-end landed property in some places in Kuala Lumpur. A dedicated separate truck with a special jingle has been allocated solely for this collection of the recyclables material. And all the residents, they need to place their recyclables on this dedicated collection day, and to ensure effective communication and also continuous improvement, we have our dedicated WhatsApp group communication channel is established to monitor and also to provide the feedback avenue for residents to share their suggestions as well as their concerns. And we have also learned that residents actually have a very strong willingness to recycle when there is an appropriate system established and we bring convenience to them. And you can see here, communications, education, and also public awareness, or in short, we call CPA, is very important to the success of the program. As we learned along the way, we found that we need to really invest heavily to encourage the participation for all our programs through a variety of these channels, such as WhatsApp group, and also leaflets, and also sharing of informations, or even engage them through campaigns, and also some engagement activities with the residents. Yeah. And in light of our rapid expansion of our recycling programs, we actually supported our recycler, which is KPT, in enhancing their capability. So we've spearheaded the development of their semi-auto method MRF, or material recovery facility. Okay, so this MRF is actually tailored to meet the escalating demands of our program, because from the at first we actually only reach out to 8,000 households. I'm pleased to share that as of today we already reached out to 150,000 households. Therefore, to catch up with this rapid expansion, we need this semi-auto MRF to help them. So the capable of this effectively sorting like a daily volume up to 30 tons of the recyclables per day, around 50 tons per shift. Yeah. And here are some of the pictures of our door-to-door collections and also recycling program before and also after. As you can see, before is actually handled by the municipality, and now we have a dedicated truck to take care of the recyclable waste. Yeah. And as mentioned earlier, we also take care of the suburban landed area. So we have these door-to-door collections of the recyclables for household, because solid waste management issues are more often seen in these suburban areas. They have the communal bins, but they are actually located at the main routes, which is very far from the household. So we encourage the kampung folks to separate their waste, and also to provide them the dedicated door-to-door collections of the recyclable using a tricycle. Why tricycle? Is because the route in this kampung or village usually is very, very narrow. So the big trucks actually cannot access. Therefore, we actually provide them this tricycle. And this guy is actually one of the residents in this village. So it's also to improve the community there. So SIPA is also very important that we need to execute in suburban areas to raise awareness to the communities as well. And this is some of the sharing of building the informal sector approach to use the tricycle and also motorbike. Yeah. And yes, our recycling efforts is also in this strata apartment, which is the high and also middle income strata properties, which pose like some unique challenges. As each apartments, they requires a customized approach to accommodate their specific waste management systems. As you can see here, the differences of the middle income and also the upper high-end income. So, ground floors versus the multi-level. But this will not stop us from trying, and we actually started a few pilots projects in apartments to assess the feasibility. And this is some of the examples that from one of the strata apartments, which is in Kuala Lumpur as well. And yes, this is some sharing that I'm very pleased to share, and this is a small success or a small achievement that we have achieved to date. And we are now actually collecting our recyclables from over 150,000 households weekly across these 5 cities. And these collaborations is actually making, working together with the municipalities, concessionaires, as well as our recycling partners. And last year, we have collected around 7,000 to 8,000 tons of dry mixed recyclables, and out of which around 4,000 are actually plastic. Yeah. So I have a last slide to show. I hope this video works and to give you some overview of what we have done.
Welcome to KPT Recycle Material Recovery Facility. This is where we unload, sort and recycle collected dry mix recycle from the Nestle door-to-door collection and recycling program.
To ensure that KPT Recycle can cope with the rapid expansion of our recycling program and the rising volume of recyclables, we supported them to build a semi-automated material.
All right, thank you so much for the presentation and for the video. Ms. Michelle Vaughan, big round of applause for you. This was indeed very interesting, and I just pick up going from Indonesia to the Philippines to Malaysia. We see how the details change, how many things need to be considered. But we salute you for the voluntary effort. It showed me two things: how many nice pictures which show the physical responsibility. There's a lot of investment, a lot of done. But you said a very interesting sentence which I would like to repeat, which relates to the informative responsibility. You said, residents are positively responding if they understand and if they are motivated. And I think that's why I would like to underline this is really information responsibility has to result into a response. No? Yeah, thank you so much. And with that, we go to our last presentation. We have another presentation from the Philippines. Now from another perspective, we have Mr. Voltaire Acosta. He is project manager for UN Habitat Philippines at the moment. By profession, a chemical engineer, but he has worked more than 20 years in the environmental sector in numerous projects and initiatives related to circular economy, to good governance, to climate change mitigation, to cleaner production, and so on. I know him in person. We had many good discussions, and he is also very familiar about the waste management sector. Since October 2020, he is a project manager of a very interesting project which works with local government units in the Philippines, the Healthy Oceans and Clean Cities Initiatives, founded by the government of Japan. And please, Voltaire, the floor is yours. You want to talk about EPR readiness of Philippine cities. That will be interesting. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Dr. Paul. Good morning. Salamat, Peggy. And I think in the 20 years of my experience, 5 of those years were, Dr. Paul was my supervisor before. So, okay, so thank you very much for this opportunity to share with you the EP readiness of Philippine cities. I'll be discussing how local governments can play a role in a national policy on EPR that's really more on a regulation between the national government and the enterprises. But where do cities come in? So I'll just be sharing with you very quickly that before the EPR law came in, there's a little bit of a foundation to work with the Philippine cities. And that foundation was the localization of the National Plan of Action on Marine Litter. So I'll just show you a brief background about that foundation before the EPR law. By the way, this is funded by the government of Japan, and we are ending on September already. So, okay. Okay, so there's no sound, but just to share with you, it starts off with an initiative when the National Plan of Action on Marine Litter was still hot off the press. Ma'am Connie is here. She's one of the pioneers of the NPOA ML. And then we thought about how cities can contribute because, you know, local actions happen at the local level. Well, primarily. So, and then, so we work with 6 partner cities in the Philippines to demonstrate how to localize the national plan. So we work with 3 big cities in the Philippines, Manila, Davao, Cagayan de Oro, but we also work with 3 secondary. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, we also pioneered the development of City Plan of Action on Marine Litter, which is not mandated by law, but the cities saw the importance of integrating all waste reduction and management approaches. So, and out of that, those 6 pioneering plans of action, they came up with different local strategies, plastic 3R approaches, and we also did a hackathon to tap the ideas from the youth and capacitated the social enterprises. From scratch, we supported 10 fisher folk, informal waste pickers, women's groups to become social enterprises. And the United Nations last month just showed the value of social enterprises in global social and solidarity economy. Yeah, so that's just the foundation of where the partner cities, oops, sorry. I think I clicked it again. So, okay, thank you. Just some background. So, there are demonstration projects about plastic avoidance, the alternative to like cloth diapers and bags. There are also cases, oops, sorry. There are also refilling, so that's also plastic avoidance, refilling stations, whether it's for home care and personal use or for food refilling. There are also recycling, so you generate plastic waste already, so what are you going to do about it? So there are community-based, there are city-based, community junk shops, currently ongoing. And there are also other technologies that they are testing, so they were the ones who identified what suits their specific situation. And the Philippines, like Indonesia, it's an archipelago, so one practice really does not fit all. And yeah, there are also some community-driven recovery facilities, and there are also some digital transformation applications like hotspotting, drones, this application about the tracking system for plastic vehicle collection and also recovery mechanism. So it's more of a combination of different approaches. And then somehow, during the time that the law was being deliberated in Congress, the local governments were asking, what is our role in this framework? And then actually we're just happy that Mr. Lau is one of our project advisors, so we can easily refer it to him. And then there are many cities that are being approached by multinational companies. And they don't know what to do about it. They don't know if they are agreeing to something or does it suit their interest the best. So because of that EPR law, which Mr. Lau discussed a while ago, at the time we also saw how the plastic footprinting and resource recovery targets fit into the picture with what is happening at the local level, which is also not starting from scratch. One of the things, whenever cities ask us what would be the role of the cities in supporting or contributing to the EPR law, I said, probably you might have been forgetting that the EPR law of the Philippines is actually an amendment to the waste management law, which is the RA 9003. A lot of people forget it. They thought that EPR law is a standalone law. No, it isn't. It is an amendment to the existing. So technically, the previous law has already spelled out the role of cities in waste diversion. This new law just focuses on the role of the obliged enterprises. So I don't want to use hitting two birds with one stone because we also have a biodiversity bureau representative from the Philippines, but it's doing things multiple ways, achieving multiple targets at the same time. So these are just what we compiled. Companies approach the cities and they offer different mechanisms. One, pricing per tonnage. So for every ton of recovered and then issued certificates, there could be pricing. There's also exchange of goods, which is before EPR is happening already. Like exchanges for rice, exchange for some commodities. There are those that offer free take back. So there's an example of that as well. And then support to a facility also. There's also a company that wants to donate a materials recovery facility to a big urban barangay. There are also some arrangements with the PRO. And there are lots already that's ongoing discussions about it. because PRO is more really knowledgeable on all the processes there. And there's also a city that they thought that the credit system could work good for them because they can trace back and they can share and trickle the benefits to their stakeholders, including down the line to the informal waste pickers. So we organized a forum. Okay, let's start off with your data. Finance flows, information flows, and waste flows. And then we cross-check that by interviewing stakeholders, junk shops, MRFs, consolidators. One of the things that we found out was that sometimes junk shops do not know where the plastics recovered actually end up. And they're not telling them. You know why. So, but at the end of the day, it will be an audited system. So, everybody has to know. Because so that the government can monitor also any double counting, any misrepresentation of data, etc. So there are different cities after that workshop. The mayor, for example, of Calapan spoke with the junk shop. The cities really do not want to be the one to represent all the local diverters because it's an additional work for them. So if they can find one, because the reason why sometimes we're referring to farms, to the private sector, is that what does the private sector want in a local partner? So there's many possibilities. Economies of scale, easy to work with. There's so many. And we're preparing now a tool for a self-assessment of LGUs that can be an attractive partner for the private sector. So this is just the basic one. At the end of the day, it's about information and it's about data flow and it's about certification system. Oh, I cannot go back anymore. Can I go back to the previous slide? This is my second to the last slide, sorry. We'll have 1 minute. Up. I cannot go back. Oh, no, okay. So, oops. Oh, okay, I should wait. Okay. Yeah. So at the end of the day, at the city level, they should trace from origin to destination. A while ago, we were just discussing, it should just be one. But any one of them can. So that's the importance of pilot testing. So at the UN Habitat level, of course, our motto is leaving no place and no one behind. Now we are adding no waste behind. But for no place behind, market forces play a key role. If I were the private sector, I'd go directly to Manila, Cebu, or any of the big cities. I just talk to one group, big economy of scale, cheaper logistical costs. So we're also supporting the secondary cities become attractive just by making the proper structures within their diversion chain. And then, of course, leaving no one behind. EPR is a policy that formalizes something. And all policies, for sure, that formalizes something, it's bound to affect the informal sector. It's not neither good or bad, but it's part of the safeguards for any policy to make sure that they have a space in this policy. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Voltaire Acosta. Yeah, that brings us to the end of the input session. I can just say from my perspective, so many details, so many questions. I have a lot of questions myself, but I'm a moderator. I'm not allowed to ask first. But what we want to do is we still want to go in a session to work on it, so you can also forward your questions. But for all online participants, if you have questions, please submit them now. And before we go in question and answer session, I would just like you to give to all of our presenters a big round of applause. Thank you so much for your inputs. Yeah, now is your chance to ask whatever came to your mind where you say, I don't understand, or I don't believe, or I don't agree. Whatever comes to your mind, please, if you have a question, ask now. There's one question, please. Is there a microphone or in place? Otherwise, you would have to come here, and I give you the microphone. I joined you here.
This is Hotta from the IGS. So my question is for the other panels. Around mid-2000, the EPR has been discussed in the region, especially with the rising concern of the e-waste. There's a long ongoing discussion, and also like a country like Thailand, Indonesia has been discussing or either put the EPR principle to their waste management legislation or action plan. Now it seems like EPR is popular again because of the concern of the plastics. Do you see this time it's different? Do you think this time you can implement EPR policy? Or like do you see any kind of like new opportunities or like some changes in the economy you observe? That is my question.
Thank you. Do you ask the question specifically to one speaker or to all? To all, okay, please.
Yeah,
who wants to answer?
Yeah, my answer is probably the Jambek papers. I mean, the Philippines and also Indonesia are listed high kind of the leakage of plastic to the ocean. So, to avoid such kind of criticism, government try to introduce the EPR. That is my interpretation, but maybe.
I think EPR right now transitioning from the traditional e-waste towards packaging. It's totally different in many ways. It's going to be tougher to implement EPR on packaging because of the sheer volume and the diverse application. But then we believe that we have a model in the Philippines that can potentially work. I'm hoping it's going to work. No, we have tested it. We have done pilots over the past few years, and we are quite confident that the model that we have in place has a potential to work in establishing EPR to finance waste management. Because for electronics, it's just recovery. So here you finance solid waste management at the local level. So this is how it's going to come out.
Thank you. I hope that answers your questions. I can just add from my side, being in the Philippines also, the new law created, let's say, a very fruitful discussion grounds. How do we do that? That is now in the discussion from all stakeholders and perspectives. So the answer may hopefully emerge also in future, how we really do that. Local perspective, are LGUs ready? The question is somehow not if they are ready. Now there are mandates, they have to participate, same as the private sector. So maybe next year we will have something very interesting to discuss our experience for implementing mandates, declaring plastic footprints and understanding how we use this to accelerate circular economy and to reduce marine litter. Any more question? There's still one more. We cannot accept so many questions, otherwise there is no workshop, but please, go ahead. 2 more questions will be fine.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Rendra from CMMAI, Indonesia. My first question goes to Philippines, as I took note some information that from your slide presentation that you already have a plastic pricing, certification, and so on. And since it's already mandatory regulated under your law, I'm really keen on understanding on how you enforce it's mandatory to producers. What kind of punishment that you can apply to this producer if they do not meet their target? That's my first question. And my second question goes to speaker from Malaysia. As you already, should I talk to her directly too? Yeah, I'm talking to you now. You. Yes, madam.
Hello,
as you already
yes, I'm here.
Yeah, as you already mentioned that this EPR scheme in Malaysia is in voluntary basis. So what kind of how to incentivize producers to ensure that they can implement this scheme in your country? Thank you.
Maybe ladies first to respond.
Ms. Won,
Yeah,
you want
sure.
to like to respond?
Yes, just to test whether you can hear me again. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes,
Yes.
okay. So, yes, for Nestle Malaysia, because for Malaysia, EPR is not mandatory at this point in time. So we took the effort to try out this voluntary EPR model. And so far, as we understand, there's no incentive at the moment. Yeah, it's purely voluntary. So I would say that in the other hand, we actually also paying some costs because we are actually funding the collection projects. Yeah.
Yeah, and to respond to the question on implementation, it is very important that standards be put in place to calculate the footprint as well as to measure diversion, right? So that it translates into credits. And on penalty provisions, yes, there are penalties, 5 million to 20 million pesos on the first offense. And that's a lot of money. In dollars, that's, how much is that? $10,000, $100,000, right? Yeah.
5 million divided by 50 is $100,000.
Yeah, $100,000
First offense.
on the first offense, right?
And third offense means that the business permit will be lost. So that is very strong tool. Yeah. But yeah, if you have more questions, I would suggest now, due to time and lunch, we have 2 sessions now in the end. One, we want to go outside in a room. There we want to discuss barriers, enablers of EPR. And there you could come and bring in more questions. That would be the better place for questions. And the second would be a short brainstorming workshop from area. Maybe you just explain in 3 words that participants know who want to join. Or we just, area will take over inside a workshop and we from GSZ side go outside. Whoever wants to work on enablers and barriers, brainstorming session, please go there. And whoever wants to know about area knowledge management, EPR, stays inside. Okay? All right, with that, thank you so much. I salute you all. Big applause for everyone. Thank you. Maybe you can just remind whoever wants to go. Huh? Please do.
They are on stage because of?
Yeah, just to start, maybe we can call all of our team members from area to come on stage to lead the session inside, yeah? If you could come all on stage. And whoever wants to go with me outside for enabler discussion on EPR and challenges, please join me outside. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please do join us on stage for the next session. You will be by yourself? And whoever wants to join Dr. Johannes Paul, he is just escaping through the doors over there. You can join him on discussions as well on EPR.
Yes, yes.
But it's not like I invite people.
But you have 2. This is a session.
2. Correct. Over here. Yes. One is a one. Yes. You're okay? Yeah.
Yes, so this is the session 2, group 2 of the breakout session. We would like to invite maybe half of the colleagues to join the session 1 outside Here it's going to be about the EPR knowledge webpage that we are going to create as area, and I would like to have your input. So it's going to be a little bit of a lighter session talking about website design and walk you through and invite you to have an input for us. Should we start? Okay. So again, if you are interested in the discussion for the EPR enablers and barriers, the discussion is outside. Okay. Shall we start? Okay. Can I ask you to turn the page over? It's already turned, yeah. So thank you very much for staying. A lot of people stayed. So in this session, we would like to have, since we only have a very limited time, it says 10 minutes, but I hope we have a little bit more than that. We have two very important questions. So we are building our EPR webpage on our website, and we are still on the stage of a mock-up. So we have two very important questions for which we would like to have your input so that we can improve before we launch the webpage. So the first question, as you can see on the screen, is what do you look for in an online knowledge platform? So the sub-question, as you can see, would be question A. What type of content do you usually search on your Google search, for instance, if you're looking for information related to marine plastics or knowledge platform in general? Question B would be what features or utility do you think will make the search more user-friendly? C would be what kind of design would you would you consider attractive for a platform? And D, do you have any reference of a good platform that maybe we can refer to and take as an example? So that would be the first question. So what do you look for in an online knowledge platform? Moving on to question 2, so that I can run through the two questions rather quickly. So more specifically, we will be designing a EPR webpage, and we would like to walk you through our design so you can look at it as it is now. It's still not online, it's not on the internet, but we would like to have your input on if we can improve before we launch it at the end of this year. So I would like to invite my colleague to walk you through the current design, and maybe we'll come back to you for that question 1 and question 2.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Uru-san. Could you please put the PDF file, the mock-up, the EPR mock-up? Yes. Thank you. So this is basically what our website, the Regional Knowledge Center for Marine Plastic Debris, looks like right now. But this page is just a mock-up. Design-wise, we are still going to discuss a lot about the design, how it will look like. But the idea is that we will have a dedicated page for extended producer responsibility that will cover information about EPR related information for ASEAN countries. So it will be located under the good practices, and we will explain a little bit about what EPR is. Again, the text and the example here are just like screenshots and just for the mock-up, so please ignore that. But we will, of course, explain about EPR in text and video and probably infographic too. But our main discussion will be about the 4 main tabs here. For now, what we have in mind is that we will provide legal frameworks from each countries. Here we are, because the Regional Knowledge Center for Marine Plastic Debris is working in ASEAN plus 3, so there will be 13 countries in this mock-up. And let's say there will be legal frameworks, and then EPR practices, and then case studies and recommendations. This is what we have in mind that we want to provide to support ASEAN member states in implementing EPR or improving whatever the ideas we have. And for example, if we choose Indonesia, please go down. the information we will provide is more or less like this. These subtitles are not confirmed yet, but this is more or less the kind of information that we will provide. Let's go down. And then let's say we choose the EPR practices. We can also choose from the maps one of the ASEAN countries. Let's go a little bit quicker. Let's say we choose from the map Thailand, and then we will provide a list of EPR practices in that country here. But it is of course not confirmed yet whether we are going to provide just a very short recap of the practices available in each country, or we'll go deeper than that. And then go down. We can choose case studies. For case studies, what we're thinking right now is that we will choose some practices that we can go deeper, we can analyze, and then provide information about the background, the interventions, the challenges, the results, and lessons learned from each case study. Yes, please. And then the last one would be, this is the case study, so you can download the whole document of each case study. And then the last one would be recommendations. So in recommendations, what we're thinking is that we can provide a recommendation for each country, especially a country that is planning to implement the EPR. Yes, so please stop here. Yeah, so this is the content that we are thinking to provide in our knowledge hub for extended producer responsibility in ASEAN. Yes, I'll give it back to Mizuno-san. We will discuss whether this 4 content would be enough, or you have any recommendations on what you will need, like what kind of information you will need to be provided in this knowledge platform. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe just to keep the discussion more concrete, if we can talk about the design and have your input, your suggestions, maybe we can start from there. So as you just saw, this is the mock-up. We don't have the website launched yet. So yes, this is the current design we have in mind. Internally, we're talking about whether the legal framework and the EPR practices maybe should be in the same subcategory, or is the EPR practices and case studies should be merged to make it simpler, or we can keep it as it is. Also recommendations, I think it will be more of a recommendation as a knowledge center, as area, what we think could be a good formula for the ASEAN countries. That's more or less what we have in mind. But yes, this is a platform we would like to sort of ask for your input. If you have any good ideas or suggestions to change the design, we would like to hear your thoughts. So does anyone wants to say anything about the design? Or we can go back to the first questions about what is the most sort of attractive website you think it is when it comes to searching for information in the ASEAN region, and what kind of design, for example, you're looking for. But yeah, so 2 sets of questions. Yes.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm representative of the Asian Working Group from Chemical and Waste. So Indonesia now is as chair for that. So again, thank you very much for your comprehensive presentation regarding with your web. But maybe I just wondering about the one thing that is very important also in the EPR, that that the EPR is actually not a easy one to implement, right? And every country have a different obstacle. So if you can put in your website what's the obstacle, so we can recognize each country what the obstacle is. So it will help us to learn each other that with this obstacle we can find the new idea or new philosophy sometimes. So I think this will be helpful for us to make it easier to live. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's very encouraging to hear. That's exactly what we aim to do. So as a regional knowledge center, it's not just about EPR. EPR we haven't even launched yet, but we have collected information on laws and regulation, national framework, coordination mechanism in relation to marine plastic debris on our website, and you can see it already as it is now. And we try to make it a one-stop shop where people can come and refer to from one country to another what's the status of let's say the national action plan. You can come to our website and you can compare ASEAN plus 3 countries, 13 countries are there up there. So we intend to do the same thing for the EPR, and we also recognize that some countries are in a very initial stage of EPR. Some of them do not have any laws and regulation even seriously discussed. So that will be also included on our website, saying that maybe in this country in particular, they do not have any serious discussion on EPR law coming up, but some others would have already, and we will try to detail what's happening in those countries. Thank you so much. Does anyone else have any suggestions? Commissioner Lau?
Hi. No, I'm not here as a commissioner now. No, just kidding. Well, I would suggest perhaps you can put an area there where you can show some models or some practices on how EPR is implemented. Because just to give you an example, while we have a law on EPR in the Philippines, the mode of execution may differ. And maybe this is something of interest to our ASEAN neighbors. How would a company, how would a PRO execute, whether in a voluntary or a mandatory requirement, how would they execute it? Maybe that would be meaningful to a lot.
Thank you very much. Actually, when I was listening to the panel discussion earlier, I was thinking about the same thing, that maybe we should probably also feature whether this is the voluntary stage, whether this is a mandatory EPR, is it industry-led, maybe not. I think that would be a very important thing to be featured in a very obvious way, so that when people come to our website, they can refer to that as well. Thank you. Anything else? Also about knowledge platform in general. We also try to improve our design utility, so it could be even design perspective. What do you think is the very attractive platform? Sometimes, maybe I can give an example just to facilitate the conversation. I thought maybe that on our website we can also have some kind of slightly moving animation on our website. Is also an attractive way of showcasing our website. We don't have it at the moment, so we thought that could be another design feature that can be user-friendly. That kind of suggestion is also very welcome. Anyone else? Can we provide a microphone, yes, to our colleagues?
Maybe it would also help to have frequently asked questions. So for easy reference of especially those countries that are starting to have their mandatory EPR schemes. Thank you.
So frequently asked questions on EPR. Okay, yes. Yes, what is the mandatory EPR? What is the voluntary EPR? Our website targets not just policymakers who might already know those terms, but also, university students, young people, the general public. So I think it would be a very welcome feature to have those very basic explanation of those terms. Thank you. Anyone else? I think we have 5 minutes, so maybe one more comment or question or two. Yes, please.
Hi, Ayako. Agree with the idea of FAQs. Of course, we are, as 3RproMar, we are currently doing FAQs with KLH in Indonesia. So if that's of help, you can also then use the same knowledge for the platform. What I would recommend is to even make it more interactive. Yeah. So I see it currently is more like a static website where a person would go, get the information, and yeah, might not come on a regular basis, but I know area has a very robust newsletter system and a podcast series. So in a way, you can use those platforms to encourage people to come back to this website over and over again. Because the EPR mechanisms, you see, it's really moving now in different countries. So how do you engage people to go back to your website on a regular basis and then learn from other experiences? Yeah, so I think infographics is a good idea, newsletters is a good idea to continuously update each other. You can even have focus countries. So if Philippines is doing well right now, bring them to limelight and say this was their experiences, and then sort of engage with other member states. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Piyush. Yes, now we're talking about the new EPR design, but I think it's important for us that people actually visit our website altogether, and how we can generate contents so that we can attract people to come to our website and eventually visit our EPR page as well. Thank you. I think we still have a few minutes. 12:20, we will go for lunch apparently. Maybe one last comment or questions? There's an online question, yes.
I just read the online questions from Deltera. Thank you very much for sharing this knowledge hub. I'm wondering whether this knowledge hub has been established or not. Also, there is a link that we can do next once we understand the knowledge implementation's knowledge partner.
Can you repeat the last part?
Okay. Also, will there be a link to what we do next once we understand the knowledge, such as connecting to implementation/knowledge partner? I will just...
Yes. I understood the first part. So the EPR Extended Producer Responsibility webpage is not launched yet. So this was the design mock-up, and we intend to launch by the end of this year, November, December 2023.
Sorry, Mbak Arlene. Could you please? Okay. Yes, so will there be a link to what can we do next once we understand the knowledge, such as connected to implementation or knowledge partner? Yes, let me try to answer this. I think in terms of what next will be covered under the recommendation tab, because the idea of having the recommendations is that especially for countries that are preparing to implement EPR, then we will provide recommendations from the experts, probably policy recommendations or other ideas that can be taken into account for the countries that are preparing to implement. That's probably what's next that we will provide as EPR is as we're trying to mainstream EPR, and that's probably, hopefully it answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. We took good note of your suggestions, comments. And we will get back after the lunchtime. And how long do we have the lunch break? Okay.
Great, thank you very much. A warm round of applause for our two moderators and the discussions. And thank you very much for all your contributions. On the slides, you will see that we will have lunch until 13:25 or 1:25. So you're kindly asked to come back at 1:25. The lunch will be served in the 3R restaurant, which is just outside here and to the right. There are signs there, and I'm again being reminded there is a photo booth also close to the restaurant where you can take your pictures there, and that is a nice thing to do. Maybe just consider that as well. There's one thing more that I will also mention later. There's a little exhibition going on outside in the hall. Quite nice. This is about turtles made of scrap metal. And they will be positioned in the sea and to actually grow or to rejuvenate, I'm not exactly sure how it works, coral reef. And they have a virtual camera, a mask that you can put on so you can see how this actually grows and helps the coral reef to grow. It's just outside here. Have a look. It's quite nice to see what this CIS on this NGO is doing to help the coral reefs. Having said that, I would like to invite you back, latest by 1:25. See you after lunch, back here in the plenary hall. Gentlemen, ladies, thank you very much for your moderation. Let's have lunch. And for the people who do not have an ID card yet, then go to registration. Some people are missing their ID cards, apparently. So the ID cards for this event. Yeah? Thank you very much, everybody.
Sebenarnya Manado itu punya tuh kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada kapal pesiar itu. Iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah, itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe Kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado, Kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena tanah dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiasi dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlangsung di daerah kami, Kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga Kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah Kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Kemudian untuk dia terapkan ke warga Kota Manado yang seperti ini yang tinggal di bantaran sungai.
Untuk mengelola sampah, lebih luasnya lingkungan, tentu perlu keterlibatan semua pihak, pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, masyarakat, komunitas, pemangku agama, dan lain-lain. Karena lingkungan itu milik bersama, tidak bisa hanya dikerjakan oleh satu pihak, tidak akan menyelesaikan masalah juga jika pihak yang lain tidak peduli. Jadi semua pihak harus peduli.
Sebenarnya Manado itu punya tuh kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada kapal pesiar iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah, itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado, kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena orang dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiatif dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlangsung di daerah kami, Kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga Kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah Kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Kemudian untuk diterapkan ke warga Kota Manado yang seperti ini, yang tinggal di bantaran sungai.
Untuk mengelola sampah, lebih luasnya lingkungan, tentu perlu keterlibatan semua pihak, pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, masyarakat, komunitas, pemangku agama, dan lain-lain. Karena lingkungan itu milik bersama, tidak bisa hanya dikerjakan oleh satu pihak, tidak akan menyelesaikan masalah juga jika pihak yang lain tidak peduli. Jadi semua pihak harus peduli.
Sebenarnya Manado itu punya tuh kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada kapal pesiar iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah, itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado, kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena orang dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiatif dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlangsung di daerah kami, Kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga Kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah Kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Kemudian untuk diterapkan ke warga Kota Manado yang seperti ini, yang tinggal di bantaran sungai.
Untuk mengelola sampah, lebih luasnya lingkungan, tentu perlu keterlibatan semua pihak, pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, masyarakat, komunitas, pemangku agama, dan lain-lain. Karena lingkungan itu milik bersama, tidak bisa hanya dikerjakan oleh satu pihak, tidak akan menyelesaikan masalah juga jika pihak yang lain tidak peduli. Jadi semua pihak harus peduli.
Sebenarnya Manado itu punya tuh kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada apa namanya itu kapal pesiar iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado, kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena orang dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiasi dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlaku di daerah kami, Kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga Kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah Kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Kemudian untuk diterapkan ke warga Kota Manado yang seperti ini, yang tinggal di bantaran sungai.
Untuk mengelola sampah, lebih luasnya lingkungan, tentu perlu keterlibatan semua pihak, pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, masyarakat, komunitas, pemangku agama, dan lain-lain. Karena lingkungan itu milik bersama, tidak bisa hanya dikerjakan oleh satu pihak, tidak akan menyelesaikan masalah juga jika pihak yang lain tidak peduli. Jadi semua pihak harus peduli.
Sebenarnya Manado itu punya tuh kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada apa namanya itu kapal pesiar iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado, kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena orang dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiasi dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlaku di daerah kami, Kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga Kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah Kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Kemudian untuk diterapkan ke warga Kota Manado yang seperti ini, yang tinggal di bantaran sungai.
Untuk mengelola sampah, lebih luasnya lingkungan, tentu perlu keterlibatan semua pihak, pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, masyarakat, komunitas, pemangku agama, dan lain-lain. Karena lingkungan itu milik bersama, tidak bisa hanya dikerjakan oleh satu pihak, tidak akan menyelesaikan masalah juga jika pihak yang lain tidak peduli. Jadi semua pihak harus peduli.
Sebenarnya Manado itu punya tuh kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada kapal pesiar iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah, itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado, kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena orang dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiasi dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlangsung di daerah kami, Kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga Kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah Kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Kemudian untuk diterapkan ke warga Kota Manado yang seperti ini, yang tinggal di bantaran sungai.
Untuk mengelola sampah, lebih luasnya lingkungan, tentu perlu keterlibatan semua pihak, pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, masyarakat, komunitas, pemangku agama, dan lain-lain. Karena lingkungan itu milik bersama, tidak bisa hanya dikerjakan oleh satu pihak, tidak akan menyelesaikan masalah juga jika pihak yang lain tidak peduli. Jadi semua pihak harus peduli.
Sebenarnya Manado itu punya tuh kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada kapal pesiar iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah, itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado, kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena orang dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiasi dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlangsung di daerah kami, Kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga Kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah Kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Kemudian untuk diterapkan ke warga Kota Manado yang seperti ini, yang tinggal di bantaran sungai.
Untuk mengelola sampah, lebih luasnya lingkungan, tentu perlu keterlibatan semua pihak, pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, masyarakat, komunitas, pemangku agama, dan lain-lain. Karena lingkungan itu milik bersama, tidak bisa hanya dikerjakan oleh satu pihak, tidak akan menyelesaikan masalah juga jika pihak yang lain tidak peduli. Jadi semua pihak harus peduli.
Sebenarnya Manado itu punya tuh kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada apa namanya itu kapal pesiar iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah, itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado Kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena orang dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiasi dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlangsung di daerah kami, Kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga Kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah Kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Kemudian untuk diterapkan ke warga Kota Manado yang seperti ini, yang tinggal di bantaran sungai.
Untuk mengelola sampah, lebih luasnya lingkungan, tentu perlu keterlibatan semua pihak, pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, masyarakat, komunitas, pemangku agama, dan lain-lain. Karena lingkungan itu milik bersama, tidak bisa hanya dikerjakan oleh satu pihak, tidak akan menyelesaikan masalah juga jika pihak yang lain tidak peduli. Jadi semua pihak harus peduli.
Sebenarnya Manado itu punya tuh kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada apa namanya itu kapal pesiar iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah, itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado Kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena orang dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiasi dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlangsung di daerah kami, Kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga Kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah Kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Kemudian untuk diterapkan ke warga Kota Manado yang seperti ini, yang tinggal di bantaran sungai.
Untuk mengelola sampah, lebih luasnya lingkungan, tentu perlu keterlibatan semua pihak, pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, masyarakat, komunitas, pemangku agama, dan lain-lain. Karena lingkungan itu milik bersama, tidak bisa hanya dikerjakan oleh satu pihak, tidak akan menyelesaikan masalah juga jika pihak yang lain tidak peduli. Jadi semua pihak harus peduli.
Sebenarnya Manado itu punya tuh kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada kapal pesiar iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah, itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado, kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena orang dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiasi dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlaku di daerah kami, Kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga Kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah Kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Kemudian untuk diterapkan ke warga Kota Manado yang seperti ini, yang tinggal di bantaran sungai.
Untuk mengelola sampah, lebih luasnya lingkungan, tentu perlu keterlibatan semua pihak, pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, masyarakat, komunitas, pemangku agama, dan lain-lain. Karena lingkungan itu milik bersama, tidak bisa hanya dikerjakan oleh satu pihak, tidak akan menyelesaikan masalah juga jika pihak yang lain tidak peduli. Jadi semua pihak harus peduli.
Sebenarnya Manado itu punya tuh kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada kapal pesiar iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah, itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado, kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena orang dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiasi dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlaku di daerah kami, Kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga Kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah Kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Kemudian untuk diterapkan ke warga Kota Manado yang seperti ini, yang tinggal di bantaran sungai.
Untuk mengelola sampah, lebih luasnya lingkungan, tentu perlu keterlibatan semua pihak, pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, masyarakat, komunitas, pemangku agama, dan lain-lain. Karena lingkungan itu milik bersama, tidak bisa hanya dikerjakan oleh satu pihak, tidak akan menyelesaikan masalah juga jika pihak yang lain tidak peduli. Jadi semua pihak harus peduli.
Sebenarnya Manado itu punya tuh kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada kapal pesiar iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah, itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado, kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena orang dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiasi dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlaku di daerah kami, Kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga Kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah Kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Kemudian untuk diterapkan ke warga Kota Manado yang seperti ini, yang tinggal di bantaran sungai.
Untuk mengelola sampah, lebih luasnya lingkungan, tentu perlu keterlibatan semua pihak, pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, masyarakat, komunitas, pemangku agama, dan lain-lain. Karena lingkungan itu milik bersama, tidak bisa hanya dikerjakan oleh satu pihak, tidak akan menyelesaikan masalah juga jika pihak yang lain tidak peduli. Jadi semua pihak harus peduli.
Sebenarnya Manado itu punya tuh kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada kapal pesiar iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah, itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado, kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena orang dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiasi dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlaku di daerah kami, Kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga Kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah Kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Kemudian untuk diterapkan ke warga Kota Manado yang seperti ini, yang tinggal di bantaran sungai.
Untuk mengelola sampah, lebih luasnya lingkungan, tentu perlu keterlibatan semua pihak, pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, masyarakat, komunitas, pemangku agama, dan lain-lain. Karena lingkungan itu milik bersama, tidak bisa hanya dikerjakan oleh satu pihak, tidak akan menyelesaikan masalah juga jika pihak yang lain tidak peduli. Jadi semua pihak harus peduli.
Sebenarnya Manado itu punya tuh kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada kapal pesiar iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah, itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado, kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena orang dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiasi dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlaku di daerah kami, Kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga Kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah Kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Kemudian untuk diterapkan ke warga Kota Manado yang seperti ini, yang tinggal di bantaran sungai.
Untuk mengelola sampah, lebih luasnya lingkungan, tentu perlu keterlibatan semua pihak, pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, masyarakat, komunitas, pemangku agama, dan lain-lain. Karena lingkungan itu milik bersama, tidak bisa hanya dikerjakan oleh satu pihak, tidak akan menyelesaikan masalah juga jika pihak yang lain tidak peduli. Jadi semua pihak harus peduli.
Sebenarnya Manado itu punya tuh kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada kapal pesiar iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah, itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado, kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena orang dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiasi dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlaku di daerah kami, Kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga Kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah Kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Kemudian untuk diterapkan ke warga Kota Manado yang seperti ini, yang tinggal di bantaran sungai.
Untuk mengelola sampah, lebih luasnya lingkungan, tentu perlu keterlibatan semua pihak, pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, masyarakat, komunitas, pemangku agama, dan lain-lain. Karena lingkungan itu milik bersama, tidak bisa hanya dikerjakan oleh satu pihak, tidak akan menyelesaikan masalah juga jika pihak yang lain tidak peduli. Jadi semua pihak harus peduli.
Sebenarnya Manado itu punya tuh kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada kapal pesiar iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah, itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado, kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena orang dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiasi dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlaku di daerah kami, Kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga Kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah Kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Kemudian untuk diterapkan ke warga Kota Manado yang seperti ini, yang tinggal di bantaran sungai.
Untuk mengelola sampah, lebih luasnya lingkungan, tentu perlu keterlibatan semua pihak, pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, masyarakat, komunitas, pemangku agama, dan lain-lain. Karena lingkungan itu milik bersama, tidak bisa hanya dikerjakan oleh satu pihak, tidak akan menyelesaikan masalah juga jika pihak yang lain tidak peduli. Jadi semua pihak harus peduli.
Sebenarnya Manado itu punya tuh kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada kapal pesiar iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah, itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado, kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena orang dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiasi dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlaku di daerah kami, Kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga Kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah Kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Kemudian untuk diterapkan ke warga Kota Manado yang seperti ini, yang tinggal di bantaran sungai.
Untuk mengelola sampah, lebih luasnya lingkungan, tentu perlu keterlibatan semua pihak, pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, masyarakat, komunitas, pemangku agama, dan lain-lain. Karena lingkungan itu milik bersama, tidak bisa hanya dikerjakan oleh satu pihak, tidak akan menyelesaikan masalah juga jika pihak yang lain tidak peduli. Jadi semua pihak harus peduli.
sebenarnya Manado itu punya tuh kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada kapal pesiar iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado, kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena orang dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiasi dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlaku di daerah kami, Kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga Kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah Kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Kemudian untuk diterapkan ke warga Kota Manado yang seperti ini, yang tinggal di bantaran sungai.
Untuk mengelola sampah, lebih luasnya lingkungan, tentu perlu keterlibatan semua pihak, pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, masyarakat, komunitas, pemangku agama, dan lain-lain. Karena lingkungan itu milik bersama, tidak bisa hanya dikerjakan oleh satu pihak, tidak akan menyelesaikan masalah juga jika pihak yang lain tidak peduli. Jadi semua pihak harus peduli.
Sebenarnya Manado itu punya tuh kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada kapal pesiar iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado, kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena orang dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiasi dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlaku di daerah kami, Kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga Kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah Kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Kemudian untuk diterapkan ke warga Kota Manado yang seperti ini, yang tinggal di bantaran sungai.
Untuk mengelola sampah, lebih luasnya lingkungan, tentu perlu keterlibatan semua pihak, pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, masyarakat, komunitas, pemangku agama, dan lain-lain. Karena lingkungan itu milik bersama, tidak bisa hanya dikerjakan oleh satu pihak, tidak akan menyelesaikan masalah juga jika pihak yang lain tidak peduli. Jadi semua pihak harus peduli.
Sebenarnya Manado itu punya kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada kapal pesiar iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah, itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado, kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena orang dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiasi dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlaku di daerah kami, kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Kemudian untuk diterapkan ke warga kota Manado yang seperti ini, yang tinggal di bantaran sungai.
Untuk mengelola sampah, lebih luasnya lingkungan, tentu perlu keterlibatan semua pihak, pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, masyarakat, komunitas, pemangku agama, dan lain-lain. Karena lingkungan itu milik bersama, tidak bisa hanya dikerjakan oleh satu pihak, tidak akan menyelesaikan masalah juga jika pihak yang lain tidak peduli. Jadi semua pihak harus peduli.
Sebenarnya Manado itu punya kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada kapal pesiar iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah, itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado, kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena orang dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiasi dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlaku di daerah kami, kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Kemudian untuk diterapkan ke warga kota Manado yang seperti ini, yang tinggal di bantaran sungai.
Untuk mengelola sampah, lebih luasnya lingkungan, tentu perlu keterlibatan semua pihak, pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, masyarakat, komunitas, pemangku agama, dan lain-lain. Karena lingkungan itu milik bersama, tidak bisa hanya dikerjakan oleh satu pihak, tidak akan menyelesaikan masalah juga jika pihak yang lain tidak peduli. Jadi semua pihak harus peduli.
Sebenarnya Manado itu punya kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada kapal pesiar iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah, itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado, kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena orang dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiasi dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlaku di daerah kami, Kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga Kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah Kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Kemudian untuk diterapkan ke warga Kota Manado yang seperti ini, yang tinggal di bantaran sungai.
Untuk mengelola sampah, lebih luasnya lingkungan, tentu perlu keterlibatan semua pihak, pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, masyarakat, komunitas, pemangku agama, dan lain-lain. Karena lingkungan itu milik bersama, tidak bisa hanya dikerjakan oleh satu pihak, tidak akan menyelesaikan masalah juga jika pihak yang lain tidak peduli. Jadi semua pihak harus peduli.
Sebenarnya Manado itu punya kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada kapal pesiar iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah, itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado, kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena orang dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiasi dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlaku di daerah kami, Kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga Kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah Kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Kemudian untuk diterapkan ke warga Kota Manado yang seperti ini, yang tinggal di bantaran sungai.
Untuk mengelola sampah, lebih luasnya lingkungan, tentu perlu keterlibatan semua pihak, pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, masyarakat, komunitas, pemangku agama, dan lain-lain. Karena lingkungan itu milik bersama, tidak bisa hanya dikerjakan oleh satu pihak, tidak akan menyelesaikan masalah juga jika pihak yang lain tidak peduli. Jadi semua pihak harus peduli.
Sebenarnya Manado itu punya tuh kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada apa namanya itu kapal pesiar iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena orang dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiasi dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlangsung di daerah kami, Kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga Kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah Kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Kemudian untuk diterapkan ke warga Kota Manado yang seperti ini, yang tinggal di bantaran sungai.
Untuk mengelola sampah, lebih luasnya lingkungan, tentu perlu keterlibatan semua pihak.
Test.
Masyarakat, komunitas.
Let me check. Are we moving to the online? Just.
Karena lingkungan itu milik bersama, tidak bisa hanya dikerjakan
Hi.
oleh satu pihak.
Hi.
Tidak akan
Can you hear us?
juga jika pihak yang lain
Yes,
tidak
I can.
peduli.
You can. That's great. We can hear you too. We just cannot see you just yet.
Can you see me now?
Not yet. Can you see me?
Yes, I can.
Sorry to hear that for you. But okay, thank you very much. We can see you indeed. We can see you. Yes. Fantastic. Good to see you. Thank you very much. Okay. There you are. Good afternoon. We just wanted to check and make sure that the connection is okay, that you can hear us. Maybe you can say a few lines.
Hi, can you hear me well?
We can hear you well. Please continue just a few more lines.
Good afternoon, good evening. How is the weather where you are?
Oh, the weather here is lovely. It's 30 degrees, beautiful sunshine, white beaches. How is it over there?
Well, I am in Paris already, so the weather is getting better. It is sunny and getting warmer. So nice weather here too.
Fantastic. Good to hear. And the connection is very good. Thank you very much. Please bear with us. You know how it goes with these workshops. Sometimes people will be slightly later. I hope you have some flexibility in the time as well. You do?
A little flexibility,
A
yes.
little flexibility, great. People are coming in. We need to do a little wrap up of the previous sessions, and then we come straight back to you. Is that okay?
Sure.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. We'll leave the tryout session for here. We come back to you soon. Thank you so much. Sorry, we're the only one. We need two. So we did check the other one person as well. Sorry. We go back online again. Okay. Could you hear us as well?
Yes, this
Oh,
is
very
Anjali,
nice.
and I hear you well.
Very good. We can hear you loud and clear. Maybe you can say a sentence or two.
Okay, I'm here in India. I'm attending an environment working group meeting of the G20, and very happy to be here.
Thank you very much. Where in India are you about?
I'm in Mumbai.
You're in Mumbai. Great weather there as well?
Yes, but I'm inside a
Oh, you're in-
large conference facility, so I don't know what it is right now.
Great. So we can hear each other well. You can see me. You can see you. So that is fantastic. Thank you very much for your time. Please bear with us. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Sebenarnya Manado itu punya tuh kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada kapal pesiar iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah, itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe Kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado, Kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena orang dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiasi dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlaku di daerah kami, Kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga Kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah Kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan kapasitas. Kemudian untuk diterapkan ke warga Kota Manado yang seperti ini, yang tinggal di bantaran sungai.
Untuk mengelola sampah, lebih luasnya lingkungan, tentu perlu keterlibatan semua pihak, pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, masyarakat, komunitas, pemangku agama, dan lain-lain. Karena lingkungan itu milik bersama, tidak bisa hanya dikerjakan oleh satu pihak, tidak akan menyelesaikan masalah juga jika pihak yang lain tidak peduli. Jadi semua pihak harus peduli.
Sebenarnya Manado itu punya tuh kota wisata yang paling bagus tuh untuk dikembangkan. Apalagi sekarang di Bitung kan sudah ada kapal pesiar iya, itu kan sering singgah. Nah, itu sebenarnya kan jadi ketika orang jadi destinasi tuh orang harus membangun dulu kan orang pe Kota Manado. Apalagi kan ada lagu Manado, Kota Manado yang ku cintai, itu kan karena orang dari kecil. Kami sangat bangga, bahkan sangat apresiasi dengan kegiatan 3RproMar yang sedang berlaku di daerah kami, Kota Manado. Kami sangat mengharapkan lewat giat ini boleh menularkan hal yang baik untuk warga Kota Manado. Terlebih dari kami sendiri sebagai pemerintah Kota Manado mendapat kesempatan, peluang untuk peningkatan.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you very much for being with us. People online, thank you very much for being back with us as well. Much appreciated. I hope you had a good lunch. Also for the people online. And before, I hope you had two very good thematic sessions, sessions 2A and sessions 2B, mostly on the EPR. So what I would like to do is a few admin, a few logistics, if you like. Again, I'd like to remind you that outside here you can take your pictures in a booth with 3RproMar. Quite nice to do that. There's also an NGO just outside here with a virtual reality mask where you can see how they assist coral reef growth. Very nice to do outside here as well. A little exhibition with a virtual reality mask as well, so you could do this as well. If you do not have your ID yet, please go to the registration, get your ID card for the ones who do not have it yet. That is for the logistics and the admin. I would like to move to the summary of the thematic sessions of this morning, session 2A and session 2B. And with that, I would like to invite the representative from session 2A and the representative from the session 2B to the stage here to join me and to wrap up and explain what they found in the 2 thematic sessions. That means that Dr. Johannes, where are you? There, are you joining us on stage? Thank you very much. Mr. Frederik, is Mr. Frederik here yet? Mr. Frederik Kazelic, extremely busy man. Please do join us. Thank you very much. Please do join us. So we're waiting for Mr. Frederik Kazelic, who will be presenting the session thematic wrap-up, the results of session 2B. In the meantime, I would like to start with session 2A wrap-up by the 2 moderators, the 2 facilitators of that session that you have here with me. Whom may I give the floor first? Okay, there we go. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just to brief you on it, for all the ones who were not in the EPR session, we started with 5 input presentations from the different perspectives. One from ERIA as a research institute looking into the stock taking of ASEAN. And then from the countries, we had 2 presentations from the Philippines, from different perspectives on EPR, but also from Indonesia, roadmap, and from Malaysia. So this resulted in a good discussion, and I think in a lot of questions for the participants, and we have answered some questions. In the end of the session, we have split up in 2 workshops, mini workshops, one by area. Maybe a colleague from area can summarize that. Ah, that's you, okay. So I was not in your workshop, so I didn't know that. And we from GSZ side, we looked in a small group in potential enablers and barriers, more from the national level for the countries involved. What would hinder you to go for EPR and what would enable you? And we got some very interesting responses on that, which will also be documented and shared with you. So this was a very fruitful discussion and allowed also some participants to bring in questions and answers for certain aspects. Well, it was a mini workshop, so we could have spent much more time to go on. But it was very interesting. Whoever has a question and wants to know more about it, kindly approach us. So, and thanks to all the one who participated for your active and very fruitful inputs. Thank you very much. So I give it now to you, the phone.
Thank you, sir. So yeah, on behalf of the Regional Knowledge Center for Marine Plastic Debris, I would like to recap our breakout session, especially on the EPR webpage discussion. So thank you so much for your feedback and appreciation towards the idea of having an EPR knowledge platform. So a few comments that we received today was that we need to include models, EPR models and practices in our website. And then also frequently asked questions, which is definitely we will include. And then to make the content more interactive by providing different formats of content. So that's probably the main points that we received today. As for the barriers and enablers, my colleague actually was the representative on the other room. If you have any questions, please email us at marineplastic.area@area.org. We will get back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'm presenting the session that was in the other room, behavioral change, and we had a panel there that consisted of a total of I think 6 input givers. We had 2 examples from the NGO level and from the government level talking about behavioral change, was followed by the first results from the stock taking that we are currently doing, and afterwards we discussed these results. It started out with the Indonesian government level, where it was presented what could a government in Indonesia do to address behavioral change. And one example was presented, the Indonesia Interfaith Faith Charity Movement, which is a pilot in Bekasi where behavioral change is implemented by working together with religious leaders and in order to guarantee that. The second example was coming from the Philippines, presented by Dave. A lot of different aspects to that, quite some interesting designs about how behavior change campaigns can be designed on a local level. And I think for me, one of the key messages was empathy, to really understand the situation on the ground and to get involved with the people. And another thing I remember is pride rather than shaming, finding positive approaches. Afterwards, we heard the first results from Roger Sprans, who currently does the stock taking for 3RproMar, looking at the different behavior change campaigns that are already running. He did a rapid sprint, looking at around 40 campaigns, looking in what fields they were, and presented a bit the possibilities how to conduct such a campaign. And I think we saw some of the methodology. In general, he also presented some of the learnings, some of the mistakes you can make, and there's a big gap between awareness and action. So I think if we talk about behavior change, one of the very important findings is that it should not stop in behavior change, but rather focus on the action as well, on providing alternatives. Then we turned to science and the private sector, and had an example from Kibumi, how a digital platform could trace back recycling packaging, and in order to incentivize consumers to return their plastics. And Solomon was presenting a bit the challenges to bring research findings from science back into the implementation. And we had a very interesting discussion circling around the little candy that we have on the tables, because it's used with single-use packaging. And Pak Dasuru presented that we have to think as well about how to get companies to not produce candy like that. And it was quite interesting to see in the discussion that one of the main findings also was regulation and maybe even a ban on plastics that was also presented. We discussed that, and another finding was that there are quite some campaigns, but it's hard for people that want to do these campaigns to find best practices, and this is something that we can take as a project. And the other way around, if a campaign is successful done, where to put the best practices. And I think this is something that we can think on the regional level, and we have seen a lot of examples that happen on the national level. Dave was presenting from the Philippines that there's approaches that not everything is implemented at once, and I think we could have discussed even longer, and we were a bit sad that we had to break out to quit the session, but thank you for all participants.
Thank you very much, dear moderators. Big applause for this wrap-up, if you like. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, what I would like to do at the moment, I would like to take 5 minutes of your time to do a little quiz with you. It takes 5 minutes. You can win a beautiful virtual tour to Bali if you actually are the winner of this quiz. So, ladies and gentlemen, the interactive quiz, it takes 5 minutes. I would just like you to take out your phone, right? Go to Menti, that's not this slide. Go to menti.com, on this here, you see it here, and enter this code, 19501411. Menti.com. Take your phone, go to menti.com, and on the top you'll see the code, 19501411. And we'll wait for all the players. 2 players are already there. You can win a beautiful virtual tour to Bali if you are winning this quiz. 8 players, 9 players, people are really eager to join the quiz. Good, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. What we're going to do is we're going to see who is the biggest marine litter expert that we have here in the room, and of course online. You can all join us for this quiz on who is the biggest marine litter expert. We are all experts here, I'm sure. We have 35 players, I'll give it 20 more seconds. And then we have 40 people joining already. Oh, 41. And then I'll hand the floor to my colleague Imam, who will be guiding this quiz. 5 more seconds. 5 more seconds. 4. All right. We have 3 questions only, and later this afternoon we're going to get 3 more questions, and then we determine who the winner is. Are you ready? Only one person is ready? Are you ready? Yeah? All right, great. Imam.
Thank you very much, Bart. Okay, so we've got already 48 players who are ready to compete, okay, to be selected as the first marine litter expert in the region. Okay, again, for you to win this, you need to be the fastest, and also your answer has to be the correct one. Okay, so you ready? The first question. What is the most common type of litter on the planet? You have 13 seconds from now. Okay, thank you. Let's see what is the correct answer for the first question. That is cigarette butts. Okay, two of you actually chose broken hearts as the most common litter on the planet. Okay, let's find out who actually, was the fastest in the first question. Okay, so Dave, congratulations, but the rest, please don't worry because we still have 2 more questions in this round. Let's go to the second question. Great, so we have more people participating. Okay, question number 2. Okay, right, so answer B, which is 5th of June, is the right answer. Now let's check whether Dev is still able to maintain his position as the first, as the winner, for the second question. Oh, well done, Dev. You are still the first with the second question. Okay, now let's continue with the last but not least. In this round, this is going to be the third question. Question number 3. Okay, so the right answer to this is recycling. It's good that none of you actually, chose counterfeiting. Okay, let's check who now leads in the third question. Okay, so still Dev. Yeah, congratulations, Dev. But don't worry, later today, we still have 3 more questions for you, for us to be able to select the biggest marine litter expert. Okay, Bart, I'm handing over the floor to you.
Thank you very much. Who is Dave? Dave, where's Dave? Is he here in the room or is he online? There's Dave. Well done, Dave. Congratulations. But you're not there yet. We're not there yet. We've got 3 more questions. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to continue with the next session, and that is session number 3. Session 3 will be towards, the topic will be towards a global plastic treaty to end plastic pollution, and there will be 4 presentations like this morning. And I would like to invite your moderator for this session to the stage, and that is Mr. Laska Sopal, the Director of the Department of Hazardous Substance Management of the Ministry of Environment of Cambodia. Please join us. Big welcome and applause, Mr. Laska Sopal. Mr. Laska Sopal has worked many years in the civil service for the Ministry of Environment in Cambodia for the last 20 years, being responsible for hazardous substance management, but also developing policies for chemicals as hazardous waste. So he is very much, you are very much in good hands with him. And I would like to hand the floor to Mr. Sopal.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the critical times after lunch. Yes, and of course we comes to the news sessions. Is really one of the important sessions. You know that the world is moving towards to ending the plastic pollution, and you may aware that globally the plastic waste generated more than 300 million metric tons per year, and only 9% of the plastic are recycled. And of course, number of countries, many countries are worried about that, concerned about pollution, and then in order to move toward to dealing with that issue, last year the Environmental Assembly has issued the resolutions and 5/4 and calling to end the plastic pollution and toward the global legal binding. So the sessions we're going to have 3 presenters. The first is Ms. G.O.T. Matthew Phillips. She is the Executive Secretary of Intergovernmental Negotiation Committee on Plastic Pollutions. And Ms. Jyoti, are you online with us now? Yes. Yes. Hello.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. I believe that you have. It is like a bit earlier for you in Paris. Yes. So Ms. Jyoti has been, been working in the UN for over 2 decades, and she has a lot of experience within the UN system. And she also, prior to this assignment, she was the director of the Implementations and Support Division at the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Biodiversity, and she also led the work on development of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. And the second one is Dr. George Emanuel, and he's a professor, and he has been working on that number of areas of the organizations and relates to the chemicals. Of course, as you're aware, then you're aware that you here with us, and you're aware that one of the main issues that the plastic pollution because of the chemical substance are used in that the product. And of course, you are in good hand, and he will have a lot of knowledge about this. And the second one is the Miss Idan. She is a scientist. Please come on. She's gonna present on in person, and she's scientist for the section for international environment and development for Norwegian Institute for the Water Research, and she has experience over the decade as well. And she also worked for produces report for the potential element under the treaty for the Nordic councils and of the environmental ministers. Of course, she has a lot of knowledge about the issue. And the last one is Dr. Anjali Acharya. She's going to present online. She's a senior environmental specialist for the World Bank. She has experience over the 25 years of development experience at the World Bank relating to climate change, water management, and marine plastic and pollution management, biodiversity, and environmental policy. of course, like, yes, now we have all the presenters here and they have all the knowledge about this. So without further ado, I would like to invite Ms. Judy. She's going to speak about the general process of the INC. Ms. Judy, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and I will try and share my presentation. Give me a second. There we go. Can you see that?
Yes, yes, yeah.
All right, great. So thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this workshop, and greetings from Paris. I will just quickly go over a little bit on the background of why we're having this plastic treaty negotiations right now. So in March of 2022, UNEA, the UN Environment Assembly, 5.2, adopted a resolution entitled End Plastic Pollution and Towards an International Legally Binding Instrument. The resolution called for the development of a legally binding instrument and specified that we should include both binding and voluntary approaches. It should be based on a comprehensive approach and address the full life cycle of plastic and take into account, among others, the Rio declarations and national circumstances and capabilities. It also requested the executive director of UNEP to convene an ad hoc open-ended working group in the first semester of 2022, and also to prepare for the work of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee. The Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee was supposed to begin its work during the second half of 2022, and it has an ambition of completing its work by end of 2024. So we are in a marathon sprint to getting this treaty negotiated. And we were also requested to convene a multi-stakeholder forum in conjunction with INC1 to exchange information. We have also been requested to convene a diplomatic conference in 2025 once the negotiations are completed, and to adopt the instrument and open it for signature. So what will the instrument consider? What was there in the UNEA resolution that provided us with a guidance of where we should be looking to doing to do the work and to negotiate the international legally binding instrument. So I'm sure these are things you have spoken about today and will continue to speak about in the next day. So most importantly, we were asked to promote sustainable production and consumption of plastics, including in product design. And I heard about EPR, and EPR schemes will require product design and environmentally sound waste management. We also, the resolution also asked us to consider resource efficiency and circular economy approaches. Of course, if we do that, we have to look into capacity building, technologies, technical and financial assistance, data monitoring, reporting, means of assessing implementation and effectiveness, address compliance, promote national action plans, research and innovation, and multi-stakeholder engagement. So how will the instrument deliver on these lofty issues that the resolution considered? Well, the instrument continued to say that we should consider obligations, measures, and voluntary approaches in supporting the achievements of the instrument's objectives, that there should be a financial mechanism to support the implementation, and the consideration of a dedicated multilateral fund. We also have to ensure that national circumstances are in the center of all discussions, that there should be a mechanism for policy relevant scientific and social economic information and assessment, And of course, the resolution also called upon the negotiations to look at lessons learned and best practices, as there are many multilateral environment agreements that have already been agreed and have also been and are under implementation. So again, as I said, we were given a sprint to get this negotiation completed. We started in last year in November in Punta del Este. We are here in Paris for INC 2, which will start next week from 29th of May. We then have 3 offers for INC 3, 4, and 5 in Nairobi, Canada, and the Republic of Korea, and we are expected to end our work by October, November 2024, and then in mid-2025 have the diplomatic conference. So at Punta del Este, just a little bit of a background, it took place from 28th November to 2nd of December. Ambassador Gustavo Meza Cuadra from Peru was elected as chair. We had a total of 1,400 participants, and you can see the statistics, and we will be sharing this slide presentation with you so you can access all this information. Also, we had a stakeholder dialogue and a multi-stakeholder forum, and we brought about 900 participants from stakeholders together on key topics. And all the information is available both on our website and through the ENB reports that they did during the meeting. So now we are right a week before INC 2, which will start on 29th May at UNESCO headquarters. On 28th of May, we have regional consultations that are scheduled, and these are being convened by and organized by the groups themselves. And in addition, we also have an opportunity for regional meetings to be held every day throughout the week except Monday. There will also be a room for observers who want to meet at the margins of the meetings. INC 2 will be fully in person, as we may be required to conduct a vote. And as was the case in INC 1, plenary sessions will be streamed in all 6 languages, UN languages. So we have to make Paris count. It is very critical that we make progress here, as we have a very short time to negotiate. We only have 20 negotiating days left, of which 5 are next week. So this will be a critical opportunity for members to deliberate and decide what are the possible options from the options paper that the Secretariat prepared in consultation with the chair to determine what should go into a 0 draft of the legal text, which could then be discussed at INC 3. So just a little background on the options paper. As I said, the Secretariat was asked to prepare this document in consultation with the chair, and we did a call for written submissions, which was launched, and the Secretariat received 67 written submissions from member states. Some of them were from a group of states, so we had about 115 countries expressing their views on what should be in the options paper. We also got 176 written submissions from stakeholders. This document is available on the INC website in all 6 languages, and I invite you to go to our website and look at the document. It's UNEP-PP INC 2/4. So the structure and content of the options paper, we have tried to make it very simple. First of all, it starts with an introductory note by the Secretariat. Section 2 is the options. Section 2A is options for objectives. Section 2B is 12 possible core obligations and potential control measures and voluntary approaches. I think this is where most of you will be interested. I think you must have discussed most, if not all, of these issues, and hopefully everything related to plastics is included in the options paper, plastic pollution. So I hope that I invite you, and I hope you get a chance to read our options paper. So how do these options work? Each option represents a way of addressing an issue in whole or in part. They represent choices, but do not necessarily correspond to any articles of the future instrument. In some cases, selecting one option precludes the selection of another. In other cases, options could complement one another. Secretariat has also identified some gaps that were not, that did not come through from the member state submissions or from their discussions at INC1. However, we have footnoted these throughout the document for full transparency. We have about 8 documents that the Secretariat has prepared for INC2, and again, I invite you to go to our website, which is www.unep.org/INC, and look at these documents. Of interest should be the scenario note, which is how the chair would like to run INC2, and this is UNEP PP INC2/2, and of course the options paper, which is 2/4, and maybe you would also be interested in the additional information linked to the options for the potential elements, and this is an information document, and it's in 4. So a little bit about INC2. We have currently 2,794 delegates registered as of this morning. We have 175 member states, and this includes 907 delegates, and we have 1,700 delegates from 612 observers from NGOs. We have 96 delegates from 20 observers from the UN entities, and 28 delegates from 12 observers from IGOs. So this means, since the venue has a maximum limit of 1,500, we will be issuing secondary access cards or floating badges, which will be needed in addition to the meeting badges. So for members of the committee, on 28th and 29th May, there are no limitations for member delegates to enter UNESCO. We recognize that on 28th, you will be in regional consultations and require everyone to be there. And then on 29th, as I said, we may have to conduct a vote, which means all member states should be present at that time if needed. From 30th May to Friday, 2nd June, we are going to need to use the secondary badges also for the members of the committee, and each delegation will be issued a maximum of 6 secondary access cards marked INC2, and of this, a maximum of 4 are marked INC2 plenary for access to the plenary 4. Delegations with less than 6 delegates will be provided when the number of secondary access cards equal to the number of approved delegates. I also want to assure you that on Monday night, we will be analyzing how many people have actually picked up their registration badges, and will reassess how any leftover secondary badges can be distributed amongst member states and stakeholders and observers. So observers from international organizations and the United System entities will be provided 2 secondary access cards. Observers from non-governmental organizations will be provided a maximum of 1 secondary access card to enter the meeting venue due to the high number of registered NGOs, and to allow for equal access to every NGO that is registered. And as I said again, we will continue to keep this under review and change things as circumstances change. The secondary access cards will not have any name and can rotate among the approved members of each delegation and organization. So just to let you give you a little bit of an overview of the proposed schedule of work, we start on Monday with a plenary as well as an afternoon plenary. We will have 2 plenaries on Monday. Both the plenaries will be in the 6 official UN languages. We will then go have a host country reception. From Tuesday morning, we are hoping that we could go into some kind of groups to start discussing the options paper. Since the access to the venue is limited, all contact group meetings will be accessible to registered participants through viewer mode only and through an internet platform called Interactio. We will then continue our contact group work 3 sessions a day till Thursday. If needed, we could have a catch-up plenary Wednesday afternoon, and just to make sure where we are, sort of a stock take. And then on Friday, we will go to the plenary sessions to close the meeting. We also have 12 thematic side events, and these are all posted on our website. They take place from 1:30 to 2:45 p.m. every day from Monday to Thursday. Please do check our website and go to any of the side events that interest you. And finally, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to speak here.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Stewart Tees. As you're aware, I mean, like the end of this month is going to be a critical, time as well for the, delegate to go to join the, to participate in the negotiations this year. And one important as well is, our Asian group, what our statement, what our positions on that issue would be important as well, because based on my experience when I participate in the international negotiation, mostly our Asian positions not really strong. So this might be the time, for whoever join the meeting at the end of this month would be good if we come a group and express our position as an Asian group to the meeting. What do we want, to end the plastic pollution? So next, I would like to invite Dr. George Emanuel to give a scientific perspective on the negotiation of the global treaty. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sofal, and thank you also to GIZ for inviting me. The Scientists Coalition for an Effective Plastics Treaty is a multidisciplinary network of over 200 scientists working on plastic pollution from about 40 countries. My presentation, however, reflects my opinions and not necessarily those of the coalition. We should look at plastic pollution in the context of 9 planetary boundaries within which humanity can operate safely, but outside of which is a realm of uncertainty wherein nonlinear, abrupt environmental changes at a planetary scale can be triggered, resulting in much suffering and catastrophe. Many scientists believe we have already transgressed the safe boundary for climate change, for biodiversity loss, etc., shown in this graph. And we appear to have also transgressed the safe planetary boundary for novel entities, referring to pollution from persistent organic pollutants, endocrine disrupting compounds, forever chemicals, etc. And plastic pollution is one of the most significant novel entities. But first, let's look at 2 other planetary boundaries.
Since the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change was signed in 1992 with the objective of stabilizing greenhouse gases, there has been no progress in reduction. In fact, 2022 saw the largest annual emissions of greenhouse gases ever recorded. As shown in the graph, to keep global warming to 1.5 degrees, we need a 45% reduction of greenhouse gases over current policy projections by 2030. All nationally determined contributions, conditional and unconditional, amount to only a 10% reduction, and countries are not even on track to achieve their own NDCs. Without urgent action, we are headed towards a disastrous 2.8 degree climate warming. Why have climate agreements of the last 3 decades failed so far? This is a complex question, but let me highlight a few issues. The Kyoto Agreement in 1997 failed, in my view, because among others, there were no long-term reduction goals and there were no limits set for developing countries. This is called the free rider problem. China and other countries had no binding emission reduction targets. Moreover, the binding targets on developed countries were inadequate. Kyoto also introduced carbon offsets and carbon credits, which in the end led to no significant reductions. A key problem with the Paris Agreement, in my view, is that it shifted to completely voluntary targets. Furthermore, climate financing remains insufficient, with much financing in the form of loans that increase the burden on already debt-stressed countries. I will add an observation from the last COP27. The 636 oil and gas industry lobbyists at Sharm el-Sheikh vastly outnumbered any country's delegation. The powerful influence of fossil fuel lobbyists is, in my view, sadly reflected in the results. Thus, total greenhouse gas emissions, as shown in the chart, continue to rise from 1990 to 2021. Let us look at another planetary boundary, stratospheric ozone depletion. At the top right is a graph of the production and consumption of ozone-depleting substances from 1986 to 2011. Note the dramatic decrease since the Montreal Protocol took effect in 1989. Here are some features of the protocol that I believe made it succeed. First, the protocol had binding reduction targets in production and consumption. Second, the control mechanisms included a ban on the exports and imports of ozone-depleting substances to and from countries that were not party to the treaty. This eliminated the free rider problem. Importantly, the protocol had a built-in flexibility that allowed strengthening of the protocol as the science evolved. This led to an expansion of the list of ozone-depleting chemicals, accelerated phase-out, and the creation of an implementation committee to manage non-compliance. There was also a broad acceptance of the science and an important role for independent scientists. What are the results? After the protocol came into force in 1989, the ozone hole continued to grow because of the time lag effects. But since 2017, we have seen clear signs that the ozone hole is getting smaller, so much so that it's expected to return to 1980 levels by around 2050. The Montreal Protocol allows us to heal the ozone layer and protect the environment and future generations from the harmful effects of ultraviolet radiation. These lessons are important for an effective global plastics treaty. The scientists' declaration on the need for governance of plastics throughout their life cycles was presented to the United Nations Environmental Assembly in Nairobi last year. It was signed by about 500 scientists around the world. Here are some key recommendations we made for the treaty to succeed. We believe there should be measurable, global binding, time-bound targets for the reduction in plastic production and consumption. We call for substantial reductions in virgin plastic production and in plastic waste generation by 2030, and these reductions should come primarily from prevention and reduction measures. We recommend a credible, transparent scientific body of scientists to provide scientific, socioeconomic, and policy evidence and guidance. The treaty should promulgate a standardized global framework for monitoring, and there should be regular reporting on implementation. We believe it is important that the treaty address product design and use, including regulation of chemicals in plastics and enhancement of durability and repairability. There should be financial and technical agreements, including tech transfer, to assist developing countries. Just as the work on alternatives was essential in the Montreal Protocol, there must be support for research and development on plastic-free alternatives and on innovative reuse and refill. I would like to draw attention to a few more considerations. First, the Global Plastics Treaty should address the full life cycle of plastics. Second, priority and significant attention should be given to prevention, reduction, and redesign to eliminate problematic plastics at the top rungs of the inverted pyramid hierarchy, as well as reuse, repair, and alternative distribution systems. The issue of chemicals in plastics is essential. There are over 13,000 chemicals used in plastics, and many of them have hazardous properties. I recommend a phase-out of groups of chemicals and groups of polymers of concern based on scientific evidence and existing frameworks. The treaty should incentivize non-hazardous alternatives. The treaty should also consider issues related to recycling, and recycling, incidentally, requires additional production of virgin plastics, and only 3 monomaterial plastics are commonly recycled globally. Importantly, toxic residues in recycled plastics must be addressed. In the last few decades, various end-of-pipe technologies have been proposed, many of which exacerbate the crisis in other planetary boundaries, such as higher greenhouse gas emissions, creation of very persistent toxic substances, high energy consumption, etc. Others simply cannot make a difference even if deployed at a global scale. Many of these technologies give a perverse incentive to continue plastic production and consumption instead of reduction. I hope we can keep our eyes on the ultimate goal of reducing plastics and protecting overall health and the environment. And finally, a just transition is also vital. The treaty should address impacts on vulnerable and at-risk populations, including waste workers and recyclers who would be affected. I hope I've given you some points to ponder as we work together to craft an effective global plastics treaty that hopefully, like the Montreal Protocol, will heal the earth and protect it for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. George, for giving the scientific perspective on the treaty. And you know that the report is coming out that we're now exceeding the global warming 1.5, but it doesn't mean that if that is too late for us, but we still can do that if we take more action. And the recently report from the UNEP just said that in 2 decades we can cut the plastic waste 80%. But if we follow all the recommendations by the scientific, that we can do that. And by cutting 80% of the plastic, we can reduce the carbon to the global warming by 0.5 billion tons per year and create jobs more than 700,000 jobs in developing country by doing that. Of course, the cost is a lot. It's estimated $65 billion per year, but it's by recycling and reusing and use the alternative of the plastic, we can save more than $3.25 trillion per year by avoiding, to clean up the environment and addressing the public health. So to bear in mind that by 2040, if we can reuse that, it is the amount of money we can save, $3.2 trillion per year. So next, I would like to invite Ms. Eden. She's going to give us a potential elements of the global treaty on plastic. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone, and thank you for staying with us this late in the afternoon. My name is Idun Rognerud. I'm a research scientist at the Norwegian Institute for Water Research and have been following the plastics treaty negotiations for the past 3 years. Let's see if I can get this going. Wait. Okay. Yes. So the INC options paper, which was introduced by Ms. Mathur Philip just earlier in this session, proposes a range of different alternative provisions that could be included in a future treaty. It's important to note that this paper is really about the options. Nothing is decided, but it's meant to inspire the negotiations which are set to start next week. The INC options paper is based on the submissions of the United Nations Environment Assembly member states, and it also draws on 6 specific submissions from ASEAN member states. That is Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, and Thailand. In this presentation, I'm going to run through some of the potential obligations and control measures that have been proposed in the options paper, and also summarize some of the AMS submissions and the potential options that have been lifted by ASEAN member states. And one thing that I really want to highlight here, and that I think is extremely important, is to note that all of the ASEAN member states that provided submissions to the INC on this issue cohere on the objective of the treaty. That is, that the treaty should address the full life cycle of plastics pollution, and that it should take into account both the impacts on the environment, but also the impact on human health. And this is quite unique in the setting of multilateral environmental agreements. Human health has typically not really been considered to this extent before. So as you saw from the presentation by the INC Secretary General, there are 12 potential core obligations that are lifted. These address the full life cycle of plastics, from upstream reduction measures to midstream design criteria, circular economy, and so on, to downstream elimination of existing plastics pollution, waste management, and so on. Considering the theme of today is on the 3 Rs and sort of the midstream issues, I would like to go through some of the potential obligations and control measures that relate to the midstream of the plastics life cycle. That is the elimination or bans or reduction measures on single-use plastics and problematic plastics products, fostering design for circularity, encouraging the 3 Rs, as well as substituting or utilizing alternative materials instead of plastics products. When it comes to the banning, phasing out, or reducing the use of problematic and avoidable plastics, one thing that comes out from the ASEAN member states' submissions is that there's quite a big coherence between the ASEAN member states on the need to address problematic plastics products. From reviewing the submissions, we found that 4 ASEAN member states explicitly call for bans, eliminations, or phase-outs of problematic plastic products. Yet it needs to be defined also what problematic plastic products really mean, what should be included under this heading. And all of the 6 ASEAN member states that provided submissions to the INC highlight that at least there needs to be reduction measures. So I hope that really the purpose of this presentation is both to inspire you as we move into the conversation later on about the future international legally binding instrument, but also to highlight some of the areas where there is already great cohesion and strength amongst the ASEAN member states. On this slide, and also in the future slides, the left-hand side will have a summary of potential control measures that are proposed. And I wouldn't advise reading all of it now, but it's available, and also the slides will be available later on. In addition to the calls from ASEAN member states in the submissions to reduce unnecessary and problematic plastics products, 4 member states also make explicit references to limiting the overall production of plastics. Some simply reference to the need for reduction, others call more specifically for caps or reduction targets, which links back to the issues of climate change and the negative impacts of plastics across the entire life cycle, and the fact that in some stages it may be easier to address plastics by overall reduction rather than downstream cleanups and remediation. There's also calls to establish criteria for identifying what materials should be subject to bans and phase-outs, and also the potential to list such materials in annexes that can be revised over time as we get more knowledge and more technologies, substitutes, and so on. And I think here, one of the things that I want to highlight in terms of ASEAN potentials is also the fact that many member states have already introduced legislation, regulation, and financial incentives to reduce the use of some of these materials and products. And I think there's a lot of learning and sharing of knowledge that would be helpful in both the design of the treaty, but also in the implementation phase. When it comes to fostering design for recyclability and circularity, one of the core control measures that have been proposed in support of such an objective, such a core obligation is to create harmonized product design standards. This map shows which nations have called explicitly for such standards to be developed. Some, such as the pink ones, do not mention it, and some specifically go against it. And I want to highlight here that, for instance, in the case of Cambodia, this is largely in the submission calling for the need for national standards, but maybe not international standards. When it comes to harmonization of standards, this is really a mechanism that can allow for standards to be based on the similar principles on the global level and ensure that there is cohesive action and similar approaches taken, while still allowing for national specificity and for products to be designed to suit the markets where they're being used and the infrastructure that's in place. However, it's not only a question of designing for circularity and creating criteria, but also needs for instance, financial incentives, and there's potentials under this treaty to call for member states to take voluntary or mandatory measures to promote financial incentives for companies to utilize circular design, and also potentially utilizing voluntary measures such as labeling to guide consumers. One of the things when it comes to design for circularity, and especially if one utilizes mandatory requirements, is the issue of how to deal with the fact that the ASEAN member states and the ASEAN region has a huge and thriving industry of micro, small, and medium enterprises. And I think that's something that we've already seen in previous measures, is really a question of how do we ensure compliance, how do we ensure that future measures do not negatively impact these businesses that have limited capacity for innovation, for instance. Here, I think cooperation between the member states, sharing of the experiences, and also utilizing timed implementation mechanisms may be a way to work around these issues, whilst also incentivizing and investing in research and development. Similarly, when it comes to encouraging the 3 Rs, the member state submissions all highlight the importance of promoting reduction, reuse, and/or repair. Not all submissions touch on repair issues. There's also calls for establishing design requirements requiring products to be reusable, recyclable, and repairable, for instance, which may be dependent on the national context. Finally, and this was something that was also referenced in the previous conversations we were having in the other room when it came to behavior change, is really how do we incentivize and encourage shifts towards circular and reuse, refill business models, as there's still an issue of how to scale this up, especially considering that many small businesses may struggle to shift models from linear models to circular models. Finally, when it comes to promoting the use of safe, sustainable alternatives and substitutes, the ASEAN member state submissions also all call for the promotion of alternative materials, and these include non-plastic materials. And here I think one of the things that the ASEAN member states also has great potential for is to draw on the experiences with using indigenous materials, using alternative models, and that this may be something to bring into the plastics treaty negotiations to really lift the potentials of utilizing local traditional materials that have smaller footprints and are more appropriate. There are also some submissions that highlight the utilization of biodegradable materials and compostable products. Yet when looking through the submissions, there's also more calls for the need for more research and technological development of alternative materials, as especially compostables and biodegradables we still do not have sufficient evidence as to whether they are safe for the marine environment especially, but also the actual end of life and whether they do get biodegraded in the environment. And it might be that many biodegradable products actually require extensive specific collection systems and technological plants for their treatment, which may mean that they may not be appropriate in all circumstances. This was a very quick run through, but I hope that what you will gain from this presentation is, first of all, that there is great cohesion amongst these submissions on many issues. There are also, of course, differences, but also that seeing the many potentials that could be included under a future treaty. And with that, I'll hand back, I think.
Thank you, Idan. I think thank you very much for the elements or the important elements of the treaty. But I think we're running out a bit later times, and but we still have one more presenter. Please, I would like to invite Dr. Angelis. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Hope you can hear me well. Thank you to the ProMar program, 3RproMar program, and GIZ for inviting us to make this presentation. In particular, I'd like to thank the German ambassador to Indonesia, ASEAN, Timor-Leste, and hello to the ASEAN ASEAN representatives, members of the AWG CME, and other colleagues. I'm currently calling in from Mumbai, India, where I'm attending the Environment and Climate Sustainability Working Group meeting of the G20, where topics of blue economy and marine plastics have also been included. I'm going to share a few slides. I know everybody's run over, so I'll try to be brief and keep within my time limit. On aligning and regional and global actions to combat marine debris. So really comparing the ASEAN Regional Action Plan and how it will contribute, and the CMAP project and how it will contribute to the international legally binding instrument process. Now, the previous speaker actually covered a good part of the segment, so it's actually very good that I don't have to go into the details of this. So as was already decided and shared previously, the International Legally Binding Instrument Options paper covers 12 core obligations. Of course, these are, again, options, but these essentially do cover a range of work that needs to be done, that needs to be negotiated between the countries. So everything from banning and phasing out problematic and avoidable plastic products to designing for circularity, and looking towards issues like just transition to make sure that people are at the center of this and their jobs and livelihoods that need to be in consideration. I won't go into this in detail, but to also say that what is important to note is that the ASEAN is actually leading the way. We had the Bangkok Declaration on Combating Marine Debris in the ASEAN region, which was done in June 2019, again, before this whole discussion on a legally binding instrument. The ASEAN Regional Action Plan for Combating Marine Debris, with support from the World Bank, was put together in May 2021. And now, of course, as of last year, March, world leaders have come together for a legally binding instrument, which has to be done in 2 short years. And as part of this, there are going to be the INC conferences. The first was in Uruguay in November last year. The next one is starting at the end of this week. I will be heading to Paris to attend the INC 2 negotiations and hope to see many representatives from the ASEAN member states over there. Now, what the opportunity here is that the ASEAN member states already recognized that marine debris has been an issue. They already recognized the need to have regional actions, and they already identified many of the core actions which really align perfectly well with the global work. So the Regional Action Plan this is a key graphic that came out of it. In discussions with all the ASEAN member states in regional workshops, the 14 regional actions that are listed here are among the ones that the ASEAN member states collectively decided were the key actions that they had common elements and they wanted regional work on this. So this regional action plan has formed the basis of a new project that was started last year. My colleagues in the room, Kate Phelps, Tao Wang and Kate Phelps are leading this new project. And it already now provides financing to carry out these regional actions. So while we're talking about the alignment, we're talking about the linkages, etc., well, we already have in place a mechanism and dedicated financing to be able to move forward on this. These in the left side are the list of the 12 option areas that are going to be discussed in the international legally binding instrument. And this graphic just shows you how they are actually matching, how the different elements from the options are aligned with the kinds of regional actions that the ASEAN will be undertaking. So you have that complementarity, which is actually very good to see. Let me give a few examples. So in terms of informing policies, there are policies relating to phasing out single-use plastics, to extended producer responsibility. On the left side of this table, you see deliverables under CMAP, plus some global work. So CMAP is the project that will be financing the ASEAN Regional Action Plans, many of their core actions. And you have many of these deliverables which then feed into the resulting option areas under the legally binding instrument. Let me give one, for example. The CMAP deliverable will be financing guiding principles for phasing out single-use plastic, the second row, which includes bans, fees, taxes, and others at the regional level. And this, in turn, it will be feeding into the approaches that is under the legally binding instrument. So the ASEAN member states are really at the forefront of helping to decide, helping to outline harmonized ways, harmonized policies to figure out how to phase out single-use plastics and other policies, especially such as the extended producer responsibility. And we're very happy to be at this position in time where we have the financing already dedicated, and we are happy to include other development partners to work along with us in this space. Another area is on advancing standards in labeling and the issue of plastic waste trade. Again, just to give an example, you have the guidebook on standards to support responsible plastic waste trade in the ASEAN. This is something that is going to be financed by CMAP, and this feeds into a lot of discussions that have been coming up in the INC space and will be coming up in INC2 in Paris next week, where there will be a dedicated event on looking at trade policies as a way to help influence the export and import of problematic plastics and ways to prohibit, control, monitor, and permit plastic waste trade. At the side of this, we are actually working in coordination with World Trade Organization, UNCTAD, WCO, the World Customs Organization, and others, and UNEP, to really think through how trade policies can really work to make sure that the plastic products as well as plastic waste that is being imported or exported help to align and make sure that countries actually move away from problematic plastics and those that are not easy to recycle and single-use plastics towards more alternative products, substitutes, as well as recycled plastic. So again, an important way in which the CMAP project, as well as accompanying global work that the World Bank is carrying out, and the CMAP project, of course, is being implemented by the ASEAN Secretariat, is already starting to influence. So I hope to use my presence at the INC next week to be able to highlight many of the achievements that the ASEAN member states have already been thinking of and implementing, not just individually, but collectively. Another area is on supporting innovation, financing, and investment. And through the CMAP project, we have already starting to create regional platforms for innovation and investments. Here at the sides of the G20 meeting, there have also been discussions about what kind of financing mechanism, etc. And this is one of the issues that will come up at INC2 as well. And one of the main areas of discussion has been that there is a lot of finance out there. It is a matter of connecting the demand for finance and the supply of finance. And looking for such platforms and devising such platforms is one important way to move forward. So again, the regional platforms being set up for innovation and investment is one of the areas in which we can help to the project, and the ASEAN member states can help to influence work at the global level. On indicators, targets, and methodologies, as you know, when you have a global legally binding agreement, there will be some indicators that come up. There will be some targets that come up. And what becomes important is how people measure it, how countries measure it. Again, in this area, we've already done previous work on common methodologies in collaboration with many other agencies who have kindly shared their methodologies. We've done an assessment, not in terms of which is better or which is worse, but which is more appropriate depending on the specific policy context or assessment context that you need to do. In the CMAP work, one of the key initial work is going to be on establishing regional baselines, and baseline setting is extremely important for countries such as in the ASEAN member states to be able to monitor progress between where they are today and where they will be in terms of the targets that they set as part of the legally binding instrument. And again, we already have in place financing, the project, the platforms through which the ASEAN member states can have a voice and be able to express their own positions at the discussions relating to the legally binding instrument. Finally, a lot of work on knowledge partnerships, awareness raising, and capacity support. These are some of the actions that are under the Regional Action Plan implementation, which again are additional and supplementary. So building knowledge, sharing knowledge, not just across the ASEAN member states, but with other developing and developed countries around the world. Training programs that are very customized to the ASEAN member states, that all the ASEAN member states can participate in and be able to skill up and to find the necessary information to be able to progress through these plastic transitions. Behavior change, one of the previous speakers talked about how behavior change is extremely important. Again, this is an area that the ASEAN member states have already moved forward in. And the last one on resource mobilization strategy, this is one of the core areas that is being discussed in the legally binding instrument. Everything from plastic bans, taxes, different kinds of fiscal instruments, extended producer responsibility, as well as a dedicated financing mechanism which may build on an existing mechanism or a hybrid mechanism is already being discussed. So again, the ASEAN member states stand ready and be able to use the work that has already been done under the discussions for the Regional Action Plan to come together in a collective voice to be able to move this forward. So in summary, the ASEAN RAP and the legally binding instrument are very much aligned. The ASEAN can greatly contribute and already are doing so since INC1 to the INC process so that they can bring their experience, their knowledge, their specific plastic context to the INC discussions. And finally, the implementation of this ASEAN RAP that will be financed through the CMAP project in the most part will also support the AMS to achieve whatever commitments come out of the legally binding instrument. So when each of the ASEAN member states agrees to certain targets and commitments, the training they need, the platforms they need, the financing they need, the knowledge base they need, the guidelines and resources that they need is all going to be, has already been set up under this the CMAP project, and we hope that that can be something that can be taken forward to bring other donor agencies under that umbrella. The here is to seek strong support and active engagement in CMAP activities to implement the ASEAN RAP in line with the INC discussions. With that, I'd like to end. Thank you so much and welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Actually, for the brief presentation, the linkage between the regional action plans and to the global treaty. Yes, because the time constraints, I see that we do not have the time for the question, but we will have time for the breakout, so the participant will have the time to discuss during the breakout session. So now I would like to hand over back to the organizers. Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you very much to this panel and to the speakers. Much appreciated. We will be discussing more on this topic as well in breakout groups just now. Bear with me, I'm going to explain to you what the next session will be. We will have, in the next session, session 3B, we will be having breakout sessions, and they will be moderated by 6 people in person, and there will be 2 moderators for the online groups, for the online discussions. So this